Okay, so let's start with the happy thought for the day. This thought is that most of the people will help you to be stupid if you want to be stupid. If you want to chat and laugh and not hear sound and emptiness, if you want to look at each other and smile and not see appearance and emptiness, if you're not aware of your own feelings and thoughts as the empty movement of the mind, then all these charming people will keep you stupid as a cow in the field. So, happy thought. It's up to you. Nobody is going to rescue you. Nobody is going to save you. Life is very tempting. We are very used to chatting and confirming and being interested. What do we hear? We hear sound and emptiness. How do we interpret it? According to the 5 poisons. Who can release us from the 5 poisons? Only ourselves. So we start with the refuge and bodhicitta, and then go straight into the yoga of the white aha. Okay. Another word for Mahamudra in Tibetan is Tamogi Shepa, which means ordinary or usual knowing. The ordinary mind, the mind as it is, unartificial, uncontrived, not prepared for any particular functioning. When you're at home, probably you just wear ordinary clothes. If you go out, you might feel obliged to change your clothes because of the theater of expectations. But if you're just in your ordinary clothes, that's how it is. They're not special. Special means artificial. It's very difficult for human groups to avoid notions of specialness. When the Dalai Lama was in Tibet, in the Potala, people spoke to him in an almost entirely different language. They had so many high honorifics for speaking to him. His attendants covered their faces so that their ordinary breath wouldn't go on to him. If you go to see the Queen of England, you come into the room, and then when it's indicated by her attendants that you should go, you have to walk out backwards because you should never turn your back on the Queen. That would be an insult. This is the choreography of power. Nothing is special. Siya Lama insisted again and again, nothing is special. His wife wanted him to be special. His wife was very annoyed that he was not special because he would go out of the house dressed in an old lungi and a little singlet, which would often be stained. And you get in the rickshaw and go to the university. She would say, "What do the people think of you?" And he would say, "When they see me coming, do they see Siya Lama coming or Siya Lama's clothes?" God, that's somebody who is at home in just being themselves. They're not having to try to edit other people's perception. People can think whatever they think. That is their freedom. If you want to be free, you have to give other people the freedom to be contemptuous of you, to be angry with you, to be jealous of you. Let them do what they do. It's difficult enough for most of us to keep our own mind relaxed and open without trying to manage everyone else's perception. And this, of course, has major implications for how we behave. When the settlers in America wanted to get independence from England, they started this, what the British would have called an insurrection. The Americans called the First War of Independence. And the slogan was, no taxation without representation. If we're going to pay you taxes, we have to have our people in your government making decisions. The British said no, so they had a war. We have the same with our practice. No devotion without reintegration. If you pray and you say, you are so wonderful, Padma Sambhava, or whoever it is, and you project out, you make the other big and you're small. This is a stuck situation. When we do the tantric practice, we start with a lot of devotion. We say, please save me, please help me. And then we receive the light from the deity. Then the deity merges into us and we become inseparable from the deity, non-dual with the deity. And together in this merged state, we enter into emptiness. That's very good. Devotion has been a path to awakening to the ground. But if you only have projective, idealizing fantasy that the other is special and different, you will lose your own ground. I remember Namkhai Norbu saying many times because it really upset him, that when he would go to Tibet and they would be driving and they come to a little village and he would get out, people would all come crawling towards him wanting a blessing. And he said, none of these people ever asked for a teaching. They only wanted a blessing. What are they going to do with a blessing? I touched them on the head. What do they think is going to happen? It's not about magic. It's about the clarity of the mind. Because these poor people were structured into this incredibly hierarchical society of all Tibetan values, in which there are truly superior people and truly inferior people. This is not in the Mahamudra text. It's not in the Dzogchen text. It's a social formation. And unless you can integrate the values that you project into the Dharma, you will hollow yourself out as an empty ego that's needy, and you won't find the unborn emptiness of the mind. So it's very, very important to see from the very beginning everything is equal. We should be without bias. That's why when we do these 4 immeasurable thoughts, we go, may all beings be happy, sort of love going out, may you have the root of happiness, the ground of happiness, may you be free of suffering and the root of suffering, which is a compassion and a care. May you have joy without any kind of limit or defilement, wanting absolute fulfillment for all beings. And then the 4th one, we say, may all beings abide in equanimity, free of bias in favor of friends and bias away from or against enemies. Equal to all. Equal to all means no special, no high, no low. And this is, if you have this in your practice, then it's a wonderful protection against the forces of desire and anger. Desire, as we looked yesterday, is I have a lack. If I'm with you, you fill me up. You remove the lack. If there's anger, it's I have something and you're compromising it. You're adding something I don't need, so I want to reject you.
Okay.
So,
James?
1 second. So he says, yesterday we looked, although the childlike are unaware of thusness, of how it is. This is the beginning of section C on page 13 in the English. Although the childlike means just everyone are unaware of how it is, thusness, I am aware that they have never strayed from the state of thusness. So this is important. If no beings have strayed from the state of thusness, they are inseparable from the ever pure ground, and that is the truth of their existence. So whatever opinions you have about people, that they're nice or not nice, you want to hang out with them or you don't want to hang out with them, they seem to understand you or they don't understand you, whatever thought like that arises, like a reflection in the mirror, it doesn't alter the mirror. The true state of all beings is this unborn open awareness. So when we put people into hierarchies, we have to know that this is the movement of the mind. It's always dependent on where we are situated. From here, the view from here, with my history, my personality, my likes, my dislikes, I rank people according to my template, my notion of value. This is not Dharma practice. The mind cannot be found anywhere. It has no location and no fixed duration of mood or feeling. Everything is moving all the time. The view from here is always transient, arising due to dependent origination. Therefore, when we develop strong opinions about people and their value, we want to be close or not close, we have to watch. Oh, the mind is moving. If you like, the surface is flat, completely equal. But when these forces of desire and aversion arise, it's as if there's an earthquake and now all these hills are going up. Now, why do we get these movements of the earth? Because the tectonic plates are grinding together and it erupts. What are the tectonic plates? Subject and object. All the binaries, they grind together. And then you don't have a flat earth. Then you're living in a world of rolling hills, which is quite nice if you're going for a walk. But it means when you're in the valley, you don't see so much. And most of us are in the valley with regard to other people. So this is so very important. Don't believe the content of your mind. Find your mind itself. This is, as far as I can understand, this is the basis for ethics going into the world. Because there's such a strong pull to say the Russians are bad, Ukrainians are good, this is like this, that is like that, Trump is an idiot, we're better off with Biden, but he's a bit old and doddery, da 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 da. There's no end to it. In samsara, everyone has problems. Everyone has limitations. That's not the issue. How you read that will depend on you. It's just an opinion. It's just a transient patterning of the energy of the mind. Stay with the unborn openness and appreciate that everyone, everything which arises is a pattern of unborn openness. So, in terms of compassion, you relate to the patterning, because we are manifesting patterns, but with wisdom, you don't take the patterning as the true definition of the other, and that keeps you safe from entering into strong judgment. And if we have that, then maybe we'll be able to actually deal with some of the major problems that are arising, not by avoiding them, but not by jumping in as if we could solve them by just pushing here and pulling there. Okay, let's continue with the text. So he's been describing how all the phenomena, everything which can occur, whether we see it as samsara or nirvana, has no reality at all. It is simply the radiance of emptiness, or the showing of emptiness. In relation to that, when attitudes of hopes and fears arise, what would they cling to? There is no basis for them, and so they end by themselves. So say you're sad and lonely and you meet someone and you think, oh, this could be my new best friend. There is no one there. They are an energy form manifesting in a particular pattern for a while. Nobody can save you. Save you from what? Save you from being lonely. The only way to be truly saved from being lonely is to be aware that you are alone. Alone is deep and calm and infinite. Loneliness is small and vibrating and insecure. If you relax from loneliness, you are alone. And if you're alone, you can relate without too many hopes and fears. So that's a vital point here. And if hopes and fears are ended, who will strive at rejecting and adopting? We get difficulties in our lives. Sicknesses, disappointments, children follow paths we can never understand. We don't want it to be like this. When that is the case, immediately the point is, what is the ground of this formation, which seems very real, because it's very easy to be sad or disappointed about events. Life didn't turn out the way we wanted. So again, we're seeing there is a map or a pattern of interpretation which I am holding, and what is arising is in contradiction with that. So we're back with the map and the territory. But the map feels like me. So how do I get to the territory, to the actual, to the emergent, to this moment of vibrant patterning? I have to let go of the map. And that's what the hopes and fears are. If you have hopes and fears, that's always a sign there's a map. There's some kind of frame of reference that's allowing you to expand out. I hope this is how it turns out, and I fear that it will go that way. So on one level, it's a good thing to say, I hope the war in Ukraine comes to an end soon and that more people are not killed. No, you can't stop the war. Something is happening due to force fields of causes and conditions. So the hope that they will be happy is a nice hope. But remember, when we do the four immeasurables, we're saying may all beings be happy and have the root of happiness. Now, what's the root of happiness is awakening to the unborn ground. So if I'm disturbed because of the war, I'm not in touch with my unborn ground, and I'm trying to cover it over by good wishes. May the bad people stop doing bad things, may the good people be happy and safe. It's not worth a bag of beans. It's nice. It's a nice thought. You're a nice person. We're all good people. Stop the war. Wear a little cap with the Ukrainian flag on it. What's it doing? What is the basis of the war? Is ignorance and the five poisons. How does ignorance arise? By ignoring the open ground. So if you don't awaken to your open ground, why is your finger wagging at somebody else? You want them to do what you can't do. Crazy. If you want to stop the war, stop yourself entering into strongly polarized views of good and bad, right and wrong. Because although it may not look to be the case, because everything is in emptiness, you will find that that softens the strong winds that lead to war. War arises from unawareness. It doesn't have any other cause, because all the factors of historical misinterpretations or feeling persecuted or the desire for economic gain, all of these are manifesting from the sense, I am real, you are real, you've got what I want. I'm stronger than you, so I'm going to take what I want. Not any other causes. You can see that following history from the ancient Greeks fighting with the Persians and so on. Why were the Persians wanting to come into Greece? To get. Didn't they have enough? We never have enough. More is good. More, more, more. Unsettled, not still. So, Saha, as far as I experience it, Saraha's advice goes in every situation for everything. Every appearance and sound is like an illusion, a mirage, a reflection, and thus lacks the characteristics of real entities. So, an entity is something which exists by itself. And if it's real, it means it's not a fantasy, it's not just created by the mind, it has a truth to itself. So when we look outside and we see cars, lampposts, trees, and so on, these things exist and they are real. This is our ordinary perception. Who is the perceiver? It doesn't matter who the perceiver is. That's a tree, that's a car. That's a car doesn't take us very far because we have reactions to cars. Some people are interested in cars, some people are not interested in cars. In the street that I live in London, cats often hide under cars. So they have a sense that it's a safe place where the dogs won't go. So the car is a cat home, a cat protection, a refuge. You see the multiple functions of these objects. We realize that our interpretation is arising from our particular location, the view from here. So what he's saying is, relax the view from here, try to simply see, receive what is there, and then you realize, oh, this is my experience. Everything is experience. You cannot actually touch a car. If you go out and you put your hand on it, what are you touching? You're touching whatever you tell yourself you're touching. Cars, unfortunately, due to economic crisis, don't get to go to school. They don't know how to speak. They're disabled. We have to take care of them. So if somebody's disabled, you shouldn't say, you're just a useless cripple. That would not be nice. You have to speak sweetly to them. So you say, lovely car. In fact, my car, expensive car, beautiful car. You tell the car what it is. If you don't tell the car what it is it? If you don't tell the tree what it is it? It's your experience. You cannot touch a car. You cannot touch a tree. What you touch is your own mind. This is something to investigate for yourself. Otherwise, it's just empty words. So, now at the moment your bum is touching the cushion, you feel some sensation underneath you. I am sitting here. What am I sitting on? Whatever you want to call it. You name your experience. Something is happening. So we look again, these 4 levels of ignorance. 3rd level is naming. It's a nice car, it's a blue car, it's a soft cushion, it's a hard cushion. Your mind is naming it. What is it naming? Something. I'm sitting on something. What are you actually aware of? Sensation. Is it the sensation of something? That's an interpretation. What you experience is sensation. I feel something. Is it a something? Stay with the experience. It's experience. Everything is experience. This doesn't mean a kind of idealistic philosophy that it's all mind projected and only mind in a kind of absolute way. There is nothing out there, it's just all the fantasies of your mind. What it's saying is, whether there is something there or not, what you access is your experience. That's all you have access to. And your experience is the movement of your mind. So the objective world, we have no transaction with. We have no means of accessing except by imagining things. So you can imagine, as many, many people do, real entities which are out there, and they write about them and make books and films about them. This is their mental activity. That's their way of experiencing. So you really look, there's only ever your experience. And that is the basis for being able to awaken, because it's in the palm of your hand. What you experience, how you understand what it is that you're experiencing, that's with you. So, some things are hard, some things are soft. I would prefer somebody to hit me with a feather than an iron bar. Why? Because of the nature of my skull. With an iron bar, the bones might cave in. That would not be good. I'd be in a coma or paralyzed or dead. What is that telling us about? The relative force fields of skull and iron bar, which are 2 kinds of experience. What I would get if you hit me with the iron bar is pain. I might immediately go unconscious. I might experience a stream of blood coming down into my eyes. I might get a bit dizzy and fall over. There could be a whole sequence of things that arise. That would be a kind of experience, and then this life would be fading away. I would just have another kind of experience. And if you hit me with a feather, oh, nice. Do it again. Do it again. That would be another kind of experience, which would then be gone. This is something to investigate for yourself. Please don't believe what I'm saying. It's an encouragement to look. Have you ever had anything other than experience? When you're a child and you wait anxiously for Christmas, what am I going to get? What you get is an experience. And an experience is a relationship. And what is often the case is the child moans and whines and encourages and begs to get this particular thing for Christmas. Christmas morning they get it. They play with it for an hour. And after a month they're not touching it at all. So how is that? Because the idea of the object and the experience of the object is not the same. And experience depends on how we are emerging in dependent co-origination with our karmic traits, whether it's full moon or not, whether we're hungry or tired, whether it's a Saturday morning or a Monday morning and you have to go to school. All of these factors influence how you relate to what's around you. It's only experience. Both Mahamudra and Dzogchen agree on this, and it's like the creative meeting of the Prasangika, Madhyamika, and Yogacara. There is only the mind, but that indicates only the mind as the movement of experiencing emptiness. The mind itself is empty, and all experience is empty. So, it's like an illusion. The characteristics of real entities is that they would always be the same. But that's not how life is. You have children, they change, you get a job, your relation with it changes. Every possession you have will appear to you according to the circumstances of your perception. There are no real entities that we can access, because what we experience is you for me, the world for me, Germany for me. I get my Germany. I get my sense of you. Other people will get their sense of you. I get my sense. You have your sense of you. So what each of us exists as, and the trees and the cars, is a potential which is open for interpretation. Some people interpret us in a way that we don't understand and we don't recognize. We think, why are you behaving like that to me? What's that all about? But they are sure that we are like this and we mean that. Okay. So that's their take on it. It's how they apprehend it, how they gather together and construe and construct their image of who we are and how we are. And we take perhaps the same basic information and put it into a different pattern. Whether these patterns touch and are harmonious, it's one thing. If they touch and they generate pleasure, that's one thing. They might touch and generate displeasure, or they might generate displeasure in one person and pleasure in the other. We'll have these complex interactions. It's not fixed. It's not fixed. It's dynamic and interactive and interpretive, because it's just the patterning of the current movements of energy. It's illusion. There is no fixed truth to it. So the characteristics whereby we might establish something as a real entity, these characteristics are themselves illusory. They are movements of the mind and interpretations. We know this just very, very, very well. If the Russians had come into Berlin at the end of the war and left after a month, Germany would have had a much worse deal from the British and the French and the Americans, because at that time the Germans were the enemy. But because the Russians came in and stayed and expanded, the Russians became the new enemy, and that reconfigured the interpretation of Germany from enemy to ally. This is dependent origination. There was nothing real there. Due to causes and conditions, Germany was the great enemy. Then it becomes the great friend, a bastion of support against the communists. The Iron Curtain is drawn down. Bam! It's ideas arising due to causes and conditions. If you see this, where is the real? It's a moving situation. You look in history, geography, sociology, economics, we find always the same configurations. So, as we participate in the world, we enter into the sign economy, the interpretive economy, as we relate to other people. But if this is separated from emptiness, we just end up in conflicts, We like to hang out with the people who we agree with. We don't agree with the other people. We might generally say all psychotherapists want to help people who are suffering from mental problems. Yes, but generally speaking, different psychotherapy groups hate each other. They have nothing but contempt for each other. It's extremely rare to find psychoanalysts who like CBT. They think these are kind of mad dogs, you know. This is kind of like some cheap store selling Chinese stuff like Primark. But they're trying to help people. Oh, really? You call that helping people? We don't believe them. And you see that with sociological theories, you see it with economic theories, political parties. Everybody has an idea we're wanting to help the culture develop. But when you see the structures of interpretation they build up, they easily go into conflict with other readings. We don't recognize ideologies are empty displays. They are inseparable from emptiness. So we want to fight each other to the death to maintain the truth of our ideological position. So very, very strange. So this is what he's saying, you know, be careful that you don't become deluded by believing that propositions are true. The one wise to this illusory appearance is the mind itself. What he's saying is your ego will not get it. Your self-referential consciousness will not get it. The aspects of your mental functioning that are strongly under the power of duality will not get it. The illusory nature of all appearances is clear to the mind itself because it is the mirror and it experiences the reflections arising and moving inside it. But if you position yourself as I am here, I am like this, that is happening, then the subject-object interpretation means you won't see the illusory nature. You may have a concept of illusoriness, but you'll find yourself caught again and again in this solidifying, concretized reification. So he says of the mind itself, like space, it lacks limit and center, so who can know it? What is the limit of your mind? Of course, as a person, in terms of our consciousness, we're aware of many limits. For example, I don't speak German. I don't know Latin or ancient Greek. There's many, many things I don't know. I studied a lot of science and mathematics when I was at school, but it's a long time ago. I don't remember any of it. So I have lots of limitations in terms of my access to pathways of conversation or utility. If I go into a bookshop, we've got thousands of books and I'm only interested in 2 because I'm kind of narrow-minded. Good luck to the people who buy these books. I wouldn't buy them. I go into the supermarket, who buys that food? Not me. So if you look at your life, you find you have a specific particularization of your interests. Some things are foreground for you, but many, many other aspects of the world are background. You can see, oh, it's background for me, but foreground for you. Oh, good luck, because this is me. So that's what he's saying here. This is personality, this is your historical, karmically informed ego positioning, but your own mind, the infinite sphere within which this drama is unfolding, it has no limit or center. And this is, as we touched on yesterday, this is vital for meditation, because when you sit in meditation and you've got the felt sense, I'm me, I'm here, I'm doing the practice, and I'm somehow inside here. I don't quite know where, but I'm sort of in my body. This is me doing the practice. Are you sure? All the information or all the evidence on which you base that conclusion, what is its status? Is it reliable? Is it always the same? Or is it changing? So you have a sensation in the back of your head, you have a sensation in your chest. Oh, this is me. This is me. It's really good. I have all these streams of confirmation of my true existence. They confirm that I'm here, but I don't know where I am, but I am here because I can feel it. This is me. Oh, okay. So that's a construct. I am interpreting these sensations as a definite proof of my own separate reality as an entity. This is spurious. This is not right. But we have to look and look again and again and again. On the basis of the impermanent, the ungraspable, and the ephemeral, we construct the delusion of a true enduring self as an isolate. So he's saying, don't struggle with it. Don't try to correct it. Just slip in to open awareness. If you're cycling in an area like this, and you have a bike with gears, it helps if you know what the gears are and you know how to change gear. Because when you're going up the hill, you want a different gear from when you're going on flat land. Would that make sense? Would we all agree that's a good idea? Because you know what it's like if you're in the wrong gear and you're chuffing away and it's not doing very much. It's exactly the same. Ego gearing does ego work. But if you want to go wide and open, go into awareness gear. And where is it? It's available. 3R. Oh. Even if you only get 1 or 2 seconds of it. Oh. And then you're back in ego gearing. I'm doing it. These thoughts are run. Poor old legs getting tired. Don't struggle in the wrong gear. The gearing is okay for its function, but you have a little clutch. You just click. Oh. Ah. Whatever it is, there are all kinds of ways of shifting the gear. And then you see, oh, something different is going on. So he says, who can know it? The mind itself is not something that can be known. And so the gear that he's pointing to here is that if you're in the gearing, in your familiar gearing of subject and object, knower and known, something out there or even something in here, and the one who is able to identify what that is, inside that dualistic formation, you know that you are the one who is doing it. You have self-knowledge, or knowledge of the self as you imagine it to be. Awareness is not like that. It cannot be known. Awareness is not an object for itself, although in the Tibetan text they say a rang rig, meaning an awareness which is self-reflexive. Self-reflexive in the sense that it's bright in its moment, it's as it were self-illuminating, but it's not illuminating itself as an object. For example, last night I was just standing at the edge of the pathway and the light was quite low in the sky and it was shining through the leaves in the trees. And you could see it was like a little X-ray, you could see all the spines in the leaves. And just looking more and more and more. And at a certain point, there's a sort of just looking. There's no narrative developing about it. There's not much to say about it. And in that way you experience this kind of thinning away of I am the owner of the experience, or this is happening to me, or this is what I think about the experience. It's just a very relaxed, pleasant, in a sense, nothing at all. There's nothing to take away from it, but there's a sort of ease of being in the moment of it. So that gives you the sense of the mind is not an object. It is the illuminating, you can't really say site because it doesn't have location, but it's the illuminating arena or sphere within which the movement is occurring. And if we go back to the teachings from Ganap Dorji, the mind is open and empty, and the mind is radiant, and the mind is the precision of connectivity, the all-pervading compassion. So when you come into the particularity, if that is inseparable from open and radiant, there is no problem. There's nothing wrong with talking with people and chatting and remembering that they've got 3 kids or 2 kids, or that they're a school teacher or whatever they are. There's nothing wrong with that kind of movement of conceptualization, as long as it's like rainbows in the sky. That you're talking with somebody who is an illusory appearance, and you have an illusory connection with them. Illusory is the middle way between very, very real and nothing at all. It's like an apparition. So we say it's like a mirage, the reflection of the moon in water. There, but not really there. It's the real there which we take to be important according to the ego, because the ego wants ground to stand on, it wants substance, but there is no substance. It's insubstantial, but it's not nothing at all. This is the middle way we come back to again and again. The mind is not a thing, and yet everything, which is also not things, is what is revealed by it. Not easy. It's not easy. It's very subtle. And the word subtle in English comes from the word for cloud. So, even though you go for the fine, it's similar to nuance, it's similar to nuage, a sense of something there which is difficult to take hold of. And this is always our issue of wanting to find something to hang on to. The ego is drowning. The ego is uncertain. It's alone, insecure, anxious. It has an existential anxiety because it's a fraud. It pretends to exist and it doesn't exist. This is a terrible situation. It's like being an illegal immigrant. You don't want to get stopped by the police. You don't want to have somebody ask for your identity card. You're in this kind of hidden world through the shadows, listening to other people, illegals, trying to find out how can you survive. Very, very hard, very difficult. So, we do the Guru Yoga again and release so many burdens of conceptualization. Letting it go, letting it go. You won't fall. The ground is open. You are the ground. You are the space within which everything appears. You're not going to be like a dead bird pointing to the earth. Okay. So we're used to being very proactive, going out, making things happening. And this practice is a receptive practice. Having the open space in which receives whatever is occurring. So if you can take that mood when we go out now to have the break, and to just receive the colors and the shapes that are all around without doing anything to them, so that they are just as they are. And that frees you from the need to make sense of what is going on. Okay, we have a break for half an hour. So I think we've touched on before, the Tibetan word for this world is Dzogchen. Ten means a support or a place, and Jigpa means to be destroyed or to fall apart. So this is the place of destruction. It's very interesting. If you, every time you talk about the world, you say place of destruction, place of destruction. Things don't survive. I just heard that the British Prime Minister has resigned.
Oh, really?
Wow. Coming and going, people building up empires, empires collapse. We are not in charge of the field. We are participants in the field, neither the master nor the slave. But if you get ahead of yourself and you try to impose too much order, you find the field moves back against you. And this is proven again and again. So what's amazing then is that we are surprised and shocked by impermanence in crises and accidents and difficulties, because that is normal territory in this world. What we call normal life or predictive progression is actually fairly abnormal. For so many people in the world, there is no food security at this time. They have terrible drinking water. They certainly don't have access to medicines and so on. But if we live in the bubble of our own little bourgeois existence, then we can imagine that somehow we have it under control. It's not true. It's for that reason that the encapsulation in a self-referential bubble, whether it's on the basis of national identity, racial identity, education identity, employment status, and so on, these are like the old paper walls in a Japanese house. They have no substance to them. They easily collapse. In order to avoid feeling like a victim, that life is happening to us and we're having to kind of respond and never allowed to really settle, there are many Dharma methods for tilting towards chaos, to embracing chaos, to working with chaos in a more conscious manner. So we have the famous practice of Tonglen. Tong means to send, Len means to take. So in this practice, we send all the good things to other people, and we take all the bad things to ourselves. We are reversing the normal order. Usually we're saying, I want nice times, I want to be happy, I want people to like me, and if bad things are going to happen, may they happen over there, far away. I don't want to be affected. But Tonglen is a way of intentionally dissolving the seemingly isolated terrain of the ego self, so that you can be more at ease in relating to all the different situations of life. There are many styles of doing this practice. A simple formulation is, whenever I am happy, I will give my happiness to others. Whenever I am sad, I will take on the sadness of others. Which is interesting, because you might think, oh well, when I'm happy, I'll remember the sadness of other people and offer them a bit of my happiness. But this is saying, when I'm sad, when I feel I can't cope, when I feel it's all too much, I'll have some more. I'll have more. I'll take all the suffering available. Why would you do that? This is, again, as he is pointing out here, this is only possible if you can slip out of egoic identification. Here is a small cup. Can we put a liter in it? No. We can't even put half a liter in it. It has a limited capacity. The ego self has a limited capacity. Awareness has no limitation of capacity. So this practice of giving and receiving can be done in heroic mode from the general Mahayana. I will do this for everyone. Although I've got a small pot, I'll pretend I've got a big pot. Good luck. That brings quite a lot of wear and tear. Much better to open your pot. My mind is like the sky. And we imagine that in our heart there is an open sky. So that when we take all the negativity and the difficulties of the 6 realms, it flies into our heart and dissolves. And this sky-like space also is the source from which all good things arise. Because all the good and all the bad are illusions. There is only ever illusion. But illusions have coloration and taste, sensation. So it is as if some illusions are good and some illusions are bad. If you stay with the empty mind, the unborn mind, the intrinsic emptiness of the mind itself, then whatever forms arise in their illusoriness are inseparable from emptiness and don't contradict it, just as the reflections don't poison the mirror or don't improve the mirror if they're beautiful reflections. So we can do this practice just now. As with all the practices we do, it's up to you whether you do them. I have no judgment about whether you do them or not. We're all inside our own patterns and formations. It may not feel the right time for you. But if you would like to do it, I'll show you how we do it. We do it standing up. Let me just show you first before you get up. So we're just standing. And we start with the positive. We are imagining this huge expanse, all sentient beings from the highest heavens to the hells, all out there. And we are offering all good out to them, offering it out. And we support this by the continuous sound of ah. So we've already got used to ah as the symbol of emptiness, as open and unblocked. So we're going ah, ah. So you do that as long as you wish. You could do the whole thing, just offering out the positive. But when you feel like it in your own time, you can start to take in the negative. So you can imagine all the difficulties, the sicknesses, the pain, the loneliness, the hurt of all beings being gathered into you. And you do that for a while, and then the positive, giving. So you should always begin with the positive and end with the positive, so that you feel enriched and grounded. But if you can and you want to, you try to receive all the suffering which is everywhere and dissolve it into the space of the heart, into the empty mind. So it's just like wispy clouds dissolving and vanishing, or you could imagine it like the ocean and the waves dissolving and dissolving and dissolving. And so that not only what persecutes other people is being dissolved, but also the factors which in your identification consolidates them as being people with problems, that is also being dissolved. So it has the two aspects of compassion, of relatedness, and the wisdom of emptiness. Okay, so whoever would like to do this. So we just start by just standing for a little bit, knees a little bit bent, and just feeling the space of the mind. We start with the open, empty mind, and then go from that in your own time to offering the light of the space of the mind. As we notice with our own thoughts and feelings, they are self-arising and self-dissolving. So this is a way of extending that so that we see positive thoughts, the welcome, self-arising and dissolving of the sound, and then the negative, self-arising, our sense of it, and dissolving. Experience, not things. The key heart of the Bodhisattva vow is not to abandon any sentient being. All over the world there are people in prisons, in isolation, in fear, in hiding. And of course there are many animals in laboratories having tests carried out on them in fear and so on, animals heading towards the abattoir. All kinds of pain and suffering are arising. We don't have the power to change these external situations, but what we can do is just be aware of them. The key thing is not to be troubled by them and take it on as a personal responsibility, but it's just, this is this world. I am in the 6 realms. These are the events that happen in the 6 realms. It's a complicated environment. The rain will be good for some farmers because of the state of their crops, and for other farmers it will not be so easy because they'll be getting nearer to harvest and things will be being pushed down. Many insects will find themselves being washed away, maybe drowned. Advantage for one, disadvantage for another. This is the complexity of our world. So there's no external magical solution that will sort everything out. But from the point of view of Dharma, if we can see that the ground of everything is open and empty, and the true status of all phenomena is open and empty, this allows us to be close without feeling persecuted and overwhelmed. And that's what we practice in the meditation, that we're just available. We're here and now, and whatever is happening is here and now. We don't tilt to the future, tilt to the past. It's just this. Just this. And this will always be changing. just this. And if we can fully welcome this, then because the patterns of this are always changing, we are exposed to such an incredible array of experiences that this allows us to develop such a repertoire of how we might respond to different beings in the different realms. So without intentionally fabricating some techniques or tools, exposure to all the variety of arisings allows us to have a pliable responsivity which freshly will respond into situations. Technique is always problematic in human relatedness. I mean, probably it's quite useful in the operating theatre that you know what you're doing, that you're sitting talking with someone. If you're not dealing with them as an object, if you're engaging as a subject, we don't know what to do. We don't know what to say. There is no right thing to say, but you find yourself, if you're connected, having the best chance at some sort of communication, because you're engaged in a feedback loop with them. You're receiving their gaze, you see the coloration of their cheeks. And in that way, by the connectivity, something comes to mind. This has two great advantages. A, it frees you from the burden of having to work out what to do, because you find yourself responding, but you're not responding from yourself, you're responding from the potential towards this particular configuration of the situation. And it's likely then that your intuitive, spontaneous response will be quite close and effective. This is the basis for the practice. To unburden ourselves from the knowledge of preformed ideas of what we have to do, what would be good, not abandoning that knowledge, but allowing it to be available so that as required, it arises. So the situation evokes our response. So our pattern is always receive and respond, receive and respond. And when we have a proactive, from ourself intention, at that point we can just look and see what am I up to here? What is the game plan? What am I trying to achieve by formulating myself in this direction? What am I up to? Because if you're speaking and your action is coming from inside you and popping out into the world, this is not fundamentally connective. It is disconnective and then impinging on the other, and is likely to be disharmonious and is likely to make other people feel talked down to or coerced or treated in a non-welcoming way. Now, of course, when you're young, you make mistakes in communication and you get corrected and you get told off. And sometimes that is very intense. And so you end up feeling that you can't trust yourself. I'm going to get it wrong. I need to prepare. I need to get it right. And so the fear of a mistake, the fear of a disjunction starts to determine how you move into the world. That's a trauma reaction, or that's a kind of anxious reaction, and we want to release ourselves from that. So I'm going now to stop competing with the rain. Let's do the 3R and sit and enjoy the rain. Okay. We can support that practice by doing a bit more shamatha and move it then from that into vipassana. So in your own time, if you wish, just sit as before with the skeleton holding our weight, bring the attention to the nostrils, focus on that sensation, and when you're ready, take the attention up to the top of your head and then scan down through the body. So this is a practice of just noticing and non-elaboration. That whatever arises, however it would be in its most unprepared, uncontrived, unmanufactured way, whatever arises as your experience, as you scan up and down through the body, just leave it there. Okay. Now you can just sit in a relaxed, open way. Focus your attention through your hearing and listen to the rain as it is without subsuming it, without gathering it together into it is raining. Just as you were scanning through the body, scan sound as it's moving through space. And if you come to conclusions, just breathe out, release them, and return to the actual phenomena. Okay. So the the advantage of using the rain is that in terms of sound, it's quite random. It doesn't have a pre-planned pattern. And so the more we can open ourselves to being present with the random, that helps when you're doing your own sitting practice, because what emerges is also random. Sometimes it seems outside, sometimes it seems inside. And our habitual strong desire to impose order, to find sequences, to make sense of what's going on, leads us into leaping ahead or going behind. So just the simple practice of staying with the emergent as it emerges, arising, vanishing, is very useful and very helpful. Okay, so return to the text if the weather permits. He says, just as the various rivers, such as the Ganges, have one taste in the salty ocean, the discriminating mind and all that occurs for it is known to have one taste in the Dharma Dhatu. Many different rivers come down, they flow into the sea. As they merge into the sea, they mingle with the water of the sea and they take on the salt flavor of the sea. When we are caught up in our own patterns of interpretation, our histories and so on, we seem to have the flavor of ourselves, and that seems to be the main determinant. But when you relax and open, you see that these constituents of yourself are simply the movement of the ground itself. So like a mighty ocean, what was taken as I, me, myself is revealed as pulsations of playful waves on the surface of the ocean. This is the one taste of emptiness. Emptiness is the one taste, but it's not a bland taste, it's not a flattened taste, because you have awareness and emptiness, clarity and emptiness, bliss and emptiness, appearance and emptiness. So what's arising is diverse and yet has one taste. So the normal thing that we'd say there's only one thing, or there's many different things. As we looked yesterday, this is a basic to the idea of complexity, non-simplicity, elaboration. All the many forms of diversity are the diversity of the ground, are the diversity of emptiness. So when we attend to the detail of the emergent moment, we keep that with the depth of the emergent moment. So depth and expansion inseparable. This is emptiness and appearance, emptiness and sound, emptiness and taste, emptiness and walking, sitting, talking. Whatever is arising is the shimmering display of the potential of emptiness. So this one taste is the third yoga in Mahamudra. And it's a protection against distraction. If you see that everything is a form of emptiness, then as he was indicating earlier, this is the great protection against hopes and fears. Because if I don't get this, okay. If I lose this, okay. Because I'm not resting on that or this. I'm inseparable from space. If you don't find the openness of the mind, you have the self. The ego self is desperate for that and this. I need more of that, I need less of this. So it's always doing editing, trying to discard the things it doesn't like, trying to get more of the things it does like, because it is a construct. And the work of construction never ends, and that's the engine that drives samsara. It's not that everything is homogenized into one taste, which is just non-differentiation. It's that differentiation in its inseparability with emptiness is the one taste. So whatever's happening, whether you're happy or sad, it's only empty. And so there is the aesthetic appreciation, the aesthetic enjoyment, or the aesthetic effulgence of that. It's like this, it's not like anything else, just this, and it's vanishing, and it's vanishing. So then he says the second aspect of being certain through the view is the manner of awakening. Someone may thoroughly search the entire extent of space, yet, seeing that it is without limit or center, their search ceases completely. How will you give a graspable shape, an apprehendable shape to space? Wherever you go, there's just space. It's like the horizon. It's always, you never get to the end of it. You can't find the center of space. It may be that if you're here and you feel centered here, you feel like the center of space, but then you move, so the center of space moves. Space has no top or bottom, inside or outside. It can't be grasped, it can't be lost. So all there is space. Space shows forms. You're not going from A to B. If I am lucky and the gods of Lufthansa are kind, on Tuesday I will go from Frankfurt to London. The reason I'm going from Frankfurt to London is they are not the same. There is a diversity of locations in the undiversified field. Frankfurt is a name, London is a name. When I get to London, I will be in my part of London, which is the centre of London for me, because that's where I live, but it's not the centre of London per se. Each city has multiple centres according to the presence of the people who live there. You've got your street, your flat, your local shops, your bus stop or whatever, and that becomes something that you focus around. But for other people, it's kind of nowhere. You get on the train and you travel through the big city like Berlin, you look out the window and you think, wow, a lot of houses, people live there. And for the people who live there, it's, hey, this is me. So in that way, when we center it, we have to know this is a construction. In relative terms, in conventional terms, this is figural for me and the rest is nothing much to do with me. I wouldn't go there. This is important. But this is a mental activity. For other people, a different mental activity will be occurring. And none of them will be finding the true center of the city. The city has no center. It is an open potential. This is the whole thing. The Dharma Dhatu is the site where everything appears. It is the potential of everything. It is emptiness as effulgence. Emptiness is both ungraspable and the bright intelligence or awareness which is showing all these different forms. And if one vanishes, there'll be another. And if that one vanishes, there'll be another. And there'll be another. And so it's having a very precise, non-sleeping, aesthetic presence, which is recording this, without building up pictures of this is better than that. Each is what it is, and that's all we've got. As soon as you go into comparing and contrasting and judging, what you're doing is you've entered the realm of abstractions, the idea of Frankfurt, the idea of London, which is a better city to live in. Well, it depends, what are you looking for? And it's just thought after thought after thought. If you're in a particular environment, it's just this. And you get the whole flavoring of this moment, and then it's gone. So what this text is suggesting all the time is that being present in the here and now gives more value, more richness, without effort, than the attempt to stabilize your own construct or editing of the field that you think you are operating in. The field is not yours. You are a movement within the field. You are not the owner of the field, but you can work with the field. So that's what he's saying. But if you see that there is no real center, the search for security, for I, me, myself, for this is my life, that ends. Because however it is, here I am. Or here I am, however it is. Whatever is occurring here and now for me. It's only experience. Since experience is always occurring, I don't need to find the best experience because it's impermanent. If you like it, it's going to go. If you don't like it, it's going to go. All phenomena are impermanent. So if you stay precisely where you are, which doesn't mean stuck on a seat, it means if you're present, walking, talking, eating, lying down, getting up, in every situation, if it's just this, then you find yourself endlessly open to all the possibilities, which includes other people, dogs, birds, plates, cups. Less effort, more receptivity. In the same way, if one thoroughly searches for mind and phenomena, not even an atom of essence can be found. So you look for your mind, you look for your hands, your feet, your books, your flat, your keys. The phenomena aspect appear and disappear. The mind itself can't be grasped. There is emptiness and appearance. Neither is graspable. Grasping is the problem. Grasping is the anxious reaction to the sense of alienation which comes with the first level of ignorance, the sense of, yeah, what? Hold on to something. Oh, there's something else. What will I do with this and this? And then the busyness of constructing your world. Just being open with the experience as it flows through. The mind that thoroughly searches also cannot be found as something. So the searched for has no substance, cannot be found as a thing, but it appears. The mind that does the searching cannot be found as a thing, and yet it is present. And thus one sees that there is nothing whatsoever to see. Now, again, this is tricky kind of language. He's saying that when you see, you don't see anything. So if we go back to our best friend, the example of the mirror. When you look in the mirror, you see something that's undeniable. Would we agree? But you don't see anything because it's just a reflection. When you see a mirage on the road, you see something, but it's just a reflection. So there are 12 traditional examples that are given for illusion, for things appearing without there being something that is appearing. So the first is magic, like the Indian rope trick, or maybe even a conjurer doing something. And sometimes with magic, you're made to see something that isn't there, and sometimes you can't see what is there. So, for example, the famous thing like 3 cups and a nut, and they're moving it around. How did you do that? You can't get it. So, in that sense, there's an ungraspability to it. The second is the reflection of the moon in water. So, it looks full moon night, clear pond, it's there and it's not there. A visual distortion. This is a bit like the floaters that you can see in your eye sometimes, little black lines that move around like kind of threads. It seems to be something there, but there's actually, you can't catch it, there's nothing to do with it. And people get very disturbed, oh, there's something wrong with my eyes, but it's just one of the phenomena which can arise. A mirage, we've talked of. A dream, we know that in a dream it can feel completely real, something is happening, and yet nothing has actually happened. In terms of our imagination, we have imagined things happening, but they have not happened. Or an echo, we hear a sound, but that sound has no source of its own. It's a kind of secondary sound. And so it's without any substance or self-source. The next one is the city of the Gandharvas. The Gandharvas are very small things. They're a bit like fruit flies. If you've got a bowl of fruit in the summer and you leave it, you know, and it gets very sweet, you suddenly see this mass of little flies moving around. These are believed to be small creatures, and they have cities, but they're so small you can't find them. So that's what that one means. Then you have optical illusions, you know, as you can do sometimes. You draw two lines of equal length, and on the edge of one you put lines going out, and with other ones you have lines going in, and it looks as if they're different lengths. The eye's caught, or the candlestick and the two women's faces. You know, you once you get into one, you have to flip your mind to see the other one. So you get caught in it. You're sure this is what it is, but then when you flip to the other reading, oh, it appears to be that one. Then rainbows. We see them in the sky, but nobody's ever caught a rainbow. You can't buy it or sell it. You can't nail it down. Lightning in the sky, it's the same. Out on a dark night, the lightning's flashing. It's so there. It's so undeniable, and yet you can't catch it. You could say the same for thunder. Then water bubbles. You know, if you're by a little river, as the water tumbles down over the rocks, as little bubbles form on the surface. And there's nothing there. It's air with a thin skin of water over it, and it bursts. It seems to be something, but what is it? It has no substance of its own. In that sense, it's a mere appearance. And lastly, reflections in a mirror, which we've looked at. So these are many different examples. There are many, many more. These are traditional 12, but they also say the horns on the hare, the animal that we looked at, the child of a barren woman. If a woman can't have children, but you talk about her child, you can imagine that. It's not the case, but you can imagine it. You could say the whole of theatre is a is a proof of illusion. You could say that art is a proof of illusion. We say, this is Padmasambhava and this is Dorji Chang. No, it's not. There might be something to steal. There might be something to destroy. If the Taliban saw them, they would say, disgusting, shameful, burn them, melt them, sell them. We might say, this is wonderful. There is no inherent truth in the statue. The statue is an interpretation. So from that point of view, it is a potential, and that potential is revealed according to your relationship to it. So this is the meaning of the absence of inherent existence. It's undeniable that there's something there, but whatever you think is there is not its inherent existence. It is its relational existence for you according to the factors that you bring to the moment of perception. Yeah? So there is an emptiness to your conception. You may be sure this is a statue of Padmasambhava. You're convinced of it. You see many drawings of Padmasambhava. You might have visualized Padmasambhava. This is Padmasambhava for you. Because all the years you spent learning about Dharma and developing the idea of Padmasambhava is now being projected onto this potential which is here. Well, if it's not Padmasambhava, what is it? When I was a child, the neighbour whose back door opened onto the space, and our back door opened onto it, and in the summer she would keep the back door open, and she kept it open with a big laughing Buddha. So that was her doorstop. Very useful. Her husband had brought it back from his travels. Where are you going to put it? She wasn't going to put it on an altar, just use it to keep the door open. It had a function for her. So we see that with many kind of statues, and many people have Buddha statues in their garden. It looks kind of nice for them. So what this does is it gives us a sense of humility, that the world is not what I think it is, but the world is what I think it is for me. Therefore, I should not be a colonialist. I should not be an evangelist. I can't try to convince other people that it's true. If you want to believe in Padmasambhava, you can do that. We're not saying he is the way and the light of the truth. No one goes to the Father but through Padmasambhava. I'm not saying that. We're not trying to sell some package deal. If you are drawn to Padmasambhava, he's very happy. If you're not drawn to Padmasambhava, he doesn't mind. He's not going to say, if you don't believe in me, you go to hell. He said, if you want to make use of my practice, you may find that you awaken to your own nature. I am a function. I offer myself to you. I don't exist. You don't exist. You believe you exist. Let my non-existence introduce you to your non-existence, and then if you melt me, I don't care. That's the key thing. It's illusion. Illusion is everywhere in our world. We wouldn't have advertising departments in big companies without illusion. We wouldn't have adverts on the television without illusion. We wouldn't have public relations departments without illusion. Everybody's spinning a story. All political parties are taking the news and then they want to get on the media and give their little spin. Yes, I hear what you're saying, but I don't think you've understood the main point. We're good and they're fucking awful. That's the point. That's all they ever say. We're good, they're bad. So that's what they do. That's what they're selling. They get paid money to do that. It's not true, but it's an activity you can put food in your mouth with. The world is made up of illusion. How do you maintain ethics inside that? That's what is so upsetting for many people about the behavior of Donald Trump and Putin, that the lies and deceptions they put out don't seem to have any true value in them at all. It's almost just like a small child pulling the wings off a fly just to see what happens. Put out any weird nonsense, and if people believe in it, good. Because what they're concerned with is turbulence. Turbulence makes it difficult to think. If you can't think, you can't analyze. If you can't analyze, you can't put into question. So you have more and more and more turbulence. Meditation goes in the opposite direction. We are trying to not be seduced by turbulence, to remain calm and open and able to see. And the more we see, what we see is the illusory nature of phenomena. So, in these troubled times, when all kinds of lies are told, there used to be the great proponents of lying in the past were the tobacco companies, and of course they still do that. Now we've got the vaping companies with their spurious statistics, and there is no health danger in it. And we've got all the bullshit coming from the big oil companies and power producers. These are people concerned to make a profit. They're not concerned to make statements about truth because they don't want to be held to account. They want to get away with it because the truth would be very expensive for them and they don't want to pay. Moreover, they require insurance, and the people who give them insurance against spills and accidents and being sued and group actions, they will charge a higher premium if they if the company starts to get under attack. So you have a whole network of people designed to maintain the edifice in place, which is very similar to samsara. When you were born, your mother believed she'd had a baby. She believed that you were her little child. That's an illusion. And she built up that illusion by projecting into your pure, unprotected potential all kind of beliefs, which gradually you internalized. Some people have spent quite a lot of money in therapy trying to de-internalize some of these little messages. And that's what we do. We are selling beliefs. When you're told that you're German or Scottish, that you're a boy or a girl, and this is some absolute definition of you and your potential in life, and this will determine what you can do with your time, what doors will open for you, and you get invested in that. It's incredible. This is what's happening at the moment in Afghanistan with the Taliban and girls' education. Girls don't need education. Why? The Taliban is interested in having a stupid population. They want farmers to grow opium to make money. Of course, they say they're banning opium, but there's always a backhander. And they want soldiers. They want women to make children who can grow up to be soldiers because they are a warrior nation. They don't want liberal values, education, different points of view. They want conformity with their vision that they are an embattled minority and they have to protect themselves. So that's an idea. What we see everywhere, it's just what he's saying, is that when you believe an idea, which is like a mirage, a rainbow, when you believe that it's strongly real, you act on the basis of it. If you educate girls, you spoil them because they answer back to their husband, and then the husband has to beat them more and more and more to stop them complaining. That would be a typical Afghani approach. We wouldn't agree with that. We would have a different idea. But they have their idea. And in that situation, that idea becomes the way of life. So if you look through anthropology and you see the wide variety of human cultures, in each of these, people believe this is us, this is what we do, this is how it is. Oh, these are all patternings of the potential, and these potentials are inseparable from emptiness, and as they are patterned, they're inseparable from emptiness. So that's why strong belief in relative truth and what seems right for me, give it a bit of space. Are you sure? Just leave it 10 seconds. Where has that glorious true idea gone? It's vanished, self-dissolved. Okay. Look before you leap. And now we eat. Here we are. At least we're clear that samsara is real. Really?
Yeah, and we will test tomorrow.
So in the text, they often describe the structure as the ground, the path, and the result. The ground we've touched on in various ways is this unborn, creative, open space which offers the possibility of awakening to it or not awakening to it. Since we find ourselves somehow on the path of those who have not awakened to it, the path essentially is resourcing, bringing ourselves back to the source and again and again. We don't need to add anything or change anything if we find the direct connection with the source. All the other Dharma practices, secondary practices, accumulating merit, and so on, are ways of trying to give us the confidence that we are inseparable from the source, giving us the skills of focused attention, allowing us to relax our samsaric attachments and so on. But from the point of view of Mahamudra, there's no need to do this because the source is the source. And so if you go to the source, everything you need is there. And when you find the source, that is the result. So how do we get to the source? Just as we've been doing. There is no other way. The source is here. There is no other place for anything to come from than the mind, and the mind shows itself in the immediacy of the moment. So we can just sit without any preliminaries, relaxed and open, and be present with whatever occurs. Okay. No, unawareness is a kind of absence. And the opposite of absence is presence. So when you're present, when you're here, you're here as presence. You're not here as location in a particular place, nor fixed to any time sequence. So we're here. Where is here? Here is where it's happening. Everything is happening through here. Here is not tied to any reference point. So whatever is arising, whether a thought tells you it's an airplane or a truck or some itch in your leg, this is occurring, and if you're present with it rather than thinking about it, this keeps the openness of the ground and the arising of experience inseparable. But if you go into relation with it, then there's any number of elaborations that are possible. So that all we're really required to do is just to be here. Now, how do you come here when you're already here? You come here by not leaving here, and then you find you are always already here. So this is the activity of not doing, or you could say the activity of undoing, but it's not like taking an old sweater and separating out the wool. It undoes itself if you don't hold it in place. Your own investment and identification keeps everything in place. So that's what we have to do. So I'm just going to go briefly through this text, which is at the end of the book, This Is It, which is it's a very short text from Bairochana, one of the great translators and early Dzogchen masters. In this text, in a few lines, he is giving the whole overview of what we're concerned with. In the book, I've translated it in 3 different ways to bring out different flavors. But we'll just stay with, with the first one. The infinite diversity of experiences and their actual nature are non-dual. So this is what we've been looking at. You experience something, call it the plane, you call it the truck, you call it your body. Whatever is experienced is not different from its actual nature. That is to say, how it is in its emergence from the ground. So, although you can have many different thoughts about things, feelings about them, and that increases the ever-expanding range of diversity, because you're adding things like liking and not liking, far away, near, beautiful, ugly, and so on. All of these diversities are simply the movement of the mind. They are experience inseparable from the ground. Yet the actuality of each particular occurrence is beyond judgment. So the sound that we take to be the sound of the plane in the sky, and you don't have to become stupid and think, oh, it's not a plane in the sky, then I'm elaborating. Okay, it's a plane in the sky for me because the thought it's a plane in the sky arises. I experience the arising of the sound. I experience the arising of the thought it's a plane in the sky. There's nothing to correct. But the actuality of the particular occurrence, it's a plane, is beyond judgment. That is to say, you cannot find the actual source of the sound apart from the movement of the energy of the mind. There's no thing out there. The actuality of it, or what it is when you don't elaborate it, when you don't tell it what it is, how it shows itself in its immediacy, that of anything like the sound is beyond judgment. That is to say, judgment is within the actuality. We do not step outside of the world and comment on it. It feels like that. What did you think about lunch today? Okay?
Yes.
Good. So there was your lunch, and the conclusion is, okay.
Very happy.
Right, very happy. So I am eating my lunch. I am not my lunch. I want to draw a line there. Non-duality is all very well, but I'm not my lunch. But you are connected with the lunch. That is to say, lunch for you is the experience of eating the lunch. If you were to be asked to sit on a cold day, looking at your lunch but not eating it, there would not be such a good lunch.
No.
No. So by lunch, we mean the experience of the lunch. Now, you can experience it with your eyes. Not quite enough. You could tap on it with a spoon as if you were 2 years old. Also not enough. You've got to get the spoon into your mouth. Then the full experience arises, empty, unfolding, changing. There, the observer, the judge, the satisfied or dissatisfied seems for us inside duality being me, the subject. I'm always me. This world is changing, but I'm always me. So I'm sitting in the castle of the self, looking over the parapet at the small people out there doing their small things. I am the king, the ego queen. But actually, the castle is in the middle of the market, and everyone's in the castle. Everyone's looking out of their little castle. All the castles round and round and round and round. My castle is better, my castle is better. But actually, they're the same. They're illusory castles. Now, Walt Disney has offered us many different designs of castles.
Yes.
So we can imagine these kind of many crenellations, big drawbridge going up and down. The towers could be pink. You don't have to be warlike. You could have a beautiful pink castle. So according to your nature, your personality, you have your home base, which feels like me. This is permanent, fixed, continuing, the truth of my existence. It is not. I experience the sound, yes, but I experience myself experiencing the sound. I experience myself experiencing the sound. you could have an infinite regression, and you would always have to come back to the fact that I, me, myself, am an experienced. Who is the experiencer of the experience? No one. Although within the narrative of the experience, I am the experiencer. Yeah? The experiencer arises as an illusory form. The object of experience arises as an illusory form. Neither has inherent existence, but they have different shapes and patterns. Yeah? So the problem is attachment to my sense of being separate. What is the ground or the basis or the quality of my separate existence? What is it? Things happening. What are the things happening? We have sensation, we have feeling, we have thought, we have memory, we have plans, arising and passing. Do we have any other ingredients? Well, you might say, well, I've got bones in my body, I've got blood in my veins, and so on. These are concepts. If we don't enter into that conceptualization, and we just stay with the immediacy in its simple form, we are composed of thoughts and feelings and sensations, memories and plans, primarily. Because you could use these terms as catch-it-all to wrap up everything else. Thoughts, feelings, sensations, memories arise and pass. They are the content of experience. I exist. It's an experience. I experience a feeling in me. I experience a sound coming out. I want to say it. I experience that I want to say it. I experience myself saying it. I hear the sound. It's all experience. It is diverse. That's what he's saying. The diverse forms of experience, in their diversity, are not separate from the ground. No matter how intense something is, it doesn't become different. I don't know in Germany, but in Britain, the popular newspapers, if there's a case where somebody has raped and murdered a child, they always say, a monster, inhuman. And this is a human being a shitty human. They don't become a monster, they're just a not very nice kind of human being. So, but as soon as you call them a monster, it is as if we're saying totally other, not like us. But this is a behavior. This is part of the diversity of behavior. Then in COVID, in the hospitals, we had doctors and nurses working long, long hours on shift in this horrible protective gear, covered in sweat, never being able to take and give the patients the care they wanted to do. And in the popular newspapers say, angels. These are the angels that saved us. My grandmother went to hospital. We thought she was going to die, but this angel saved her. So again, we've got higher and lower, and it's as if we're establishing separate classes of being. What that's expressing is a feeling. I'm very glad we had that nurse. I don't want my child to be anywhere near a raping killer. These are feeling tone things. They don't establish anything except a particular vibration. So if we see that these are forms of experience, even very intense, terrifying or wonderful experiences arise and pass. So this is the basic view. Everything is within my mind. My mind is all-inclusive. My mind is the great circle. All I have access to is my mind, but it's not just like an old-fashioned TV where you only had one channel. You have diversity. You have so many channels. New things are happening all the time. But there's nothing out there pumping it in. There's no broadcasting station that is giving you your life. Everything is emerging into this space of this moment. So we have to look again and again, and when we find ourselves conceptualizing a true separation between subject and object, just suspend belief in that for a moment and attend to the actuality. It's arising and it's passing. It came and it went, came and it went. It could be a slap, it could be a caress, came and it went. This is the heart of our practice, not to fall into habitual interpretations of events in terms of the frame of duality, because that is an unnecessary conceptualization which disguises the fact that all experience is inseparable from the ground. Then he says, what is known as it is, the actual, the unchanging, the simple, is untouched by thought. Again, the reflections don't touch the mirror, though they're in the mirror. Yet the forms of appearance are unobstructed, being complete as they are. So it's, although the ground or the open presence of your mind, your awareness, is not touched by thought, yet the forms of appearance, by appearance we could say experience, the forms of appearance, what's appearing for you, is unobstructed. So many things arise. All kinds of things you want, things you don't want, things that make your spirit light or heavy, endless permutations of possibilities. Although they're present, they don't touch presence. They're present in presence, but they don't defile presence. The reflection doesn't defile or touch the mirror. They are complete as they are. It's this, just this, then it's gone. Just this, and then it's gone. So when it's complete, why would you complete it? A thought arises, what was that? That's a complete thought. It's got a wee bit of a shuggle to it, a wee bit of a shimmer, isn't it? It's inviting, hooking. What was that? I don't. What is it you're doing? I don't. It's complete. But there's a kind of vibration, isn't there? There's an expectation. Thinking is linking. The ego wants to know where it is. The ego is seeking to complete the partial gestalt, the partial formation, but the part is the whole. It's already complete. It doesn't feel complete, but it is complete, because it's just this and it's gone. How could you add another bit onto it? Because you've got the arising bit and the vanishing bit, and they never get together. They just don't. Here, what? As soon as you say what, it's like you bump here into the past. So now, what's arrived? But what can't catch here? What are you on about? Now that's a slightly longer bit, but what you're on about is chasing the what that was chasing the here. They never meet. You cannot complete anything because it is complete in its seeming incompletion. People who have relationships and they go wrong often come to therapy seeking closure. Sweetie, it's already closed. It's gone. He buggered off, he's fucking someone else. What else do you want to know? Do you want pictures? Get a private detective through the window. Oh, he never did that with me. It's closed. It's over. Kaput. Yeah. But I don't feel it's closed. He left, it was closed for him. I was dumped with working out all that was left. Where are you? It feels like that. We've probably all been through that kind of experience. There's lots of turbulence, loose threads, bits of their furniture or possessions still around. You want to get rid of it, you're not sure. Maybe it's possible something could work out. Turbulence, the other person's gone. It is complete. What is complete? You've got a mess. You've got a complete mess. It's completely fucked up. It's no good. It's terrible. But it doesn't feel complete. What do you want to add to it? Tears? Once a week therapy? Twice a week therapy? Do you want to get a hitman to shoot the bastard? What are you going to do to make it complete? It is what it is. You've got a tear in your life. It's that shape. If you poke at it, it'll get bigger. If you leave it, it might heal. But it is just that. So this is about the nature of time. We've already looked at the idea of the three times: the past, the present, and the future. And what's sometimes called the fourth time, or just this moment, the immediacy which never shifts out of where it is, here and now. As soon as you conceptualize that something has happened, it starts to link into a shuttling across these three times. So he goes out the door and says, I'm not coming back. And you go to the telephone. Mom, I've got to tell you. What are you going to tell your mum? He's gone. Good riddance. No, but I love him. Who do you love? This shit that's walked out the door? No. I love the person I imagined he was going to be. Why did we fall in love with an idea? Because an idea is in the palm of your hand. Actual people you can't catch, but you can catch ideas about people. And it's the ideas about people that move up and down inside the three times: past, present, future. This is what we're going to do. Don't worry, John, I've already started the preparations for the marriage. John's thinking, really? Really? I'm not quite sure. Oh, it's fine. I've invited all my relatives. Life is unstable. So this is really what he's saying. If you stay in the moment, in the here and now, everything is here as it is, however it is. Once you start thinking, I like it, I don't like it, that very movement towards the arising thought bumps you out of the moment. You are no longer the awareness which is the sphere of revelation, and you're now a subject trying to make sense of what's going on. So then, in this very exciting story, being intact, we are free of the sickness of effort. We are undamaged. We are complete. So when you have a thought, I need to change my life or develop my life or make it different, what is the ground of the dissatisfaction? The ground is unborn and open. It's empty. Awareness is bright and illuminating. Connected with that is the third aspect, the all-embracing, all-pervading compassion, which is the connectivity of movement between illusory forms within the clarity which is within the emptiness. We're intact. We're always intact. We have never left the ground except when we enter into the delusion of thinking that we are separate from the ground. It's like a dream or a nightmare. You're safe in your bed, dreaming you're somewhere else. People are attacking you in your dream, but you're safe in bed. You're always safe in bed. You're always here. Whatever happens here is already going. Even if it's horrible, it's going. Even if it's wonderful, it's going. But when you believe you can hang on to it and that it's definitive, then it becomes difficult. So he says, we're free of the sickness of effort. We don't need to try to alter it because it's complete, just as this, spontaneously abiding. It's just settled. It's like this. And so everything is settled. It's like this. This is not a victimhood. It's not saying there's nothing to be done. It's just saying the fact is this is this. It's not anything other than this. If you stay present in this, you get the whole of this and then it's gone. You get the whole of this and then it's gone. But if you're looking for that when this is happening, where are you? You're nowhere. And duality means you're never at home where you are. It is a dislocated experience. You're outside yourself, looking in on your life and imagining that you're not the one who is the participant. So that's what Bairochana says. It's very condensed, but it's exactly the same as what Saraha is saying. And you can read endless number of these texts, and they all say the same thing. That thinking about your life is how you maintain alienation from your life. Because thinking about splits you into subject and object, inner subject and object, but nonetheless you're perusing your own thoughts, you're reviewing, you're judging, you're examining. Relax out of that, here we are, however it is, and then it's gone. And because it's complete, it doesn't have loose ends. It doesn't have broken, jagged bits. It doesn't scratch you. Thinking scratches you. Thinking tears you. Thinking gets to you. But just this, it's gone. Self-arising, self-vanishing. Are there any questions about this? If not, why not? Right. You need to have this phallic symbol. The lingam will approach.
You said at the beginning, just have to touch the ground and then everything's okay. How long do you have to touch the ground?
Forever.
You can't escape from the ground once you touch it, because then you realize this is where you are.
In the end, yes.
But even now, if you're in a dream and you're trying to escape in the dream, you go from one room to another, maybe someone's chasing you, or suddenly you're on a beach or something happens. You're going around quickly. You never touch waking when you're in the dream. But if you wake, then you're not in the dream. You might wake for a bit, for a short period of time, and then go back to sleep. But if you catch being awake, think, oh, that was a dream. And that shifts the relationship of being in it.
Yes, it's clear that when we do the practice, you said just for 1 second or for 2 seconds, short times. So what happens when it's just for 1 or 2 seconds? Then it's gone, or it's there, but it's not realized, or you think. And, so how many moments you need, or how many moments? When does it turns over? Something?
It's a very, very good question. When you see there is nothing, maybe doing pet or dissolving, there's nothing. Nothing has no top or bottom, no sides. It has no limit. Okay? So what arises is in nothing. There's no factory outside. if nothing or emptiness linked with awareness, fused with awareness, has no limit, and some thought arises, where did it come from? We've only got one factory. State control here. No any other factory. We don't import. This is North Korea. One ground. It's just, that's it. All comes from the one ground. So when a thought comes, what was that? The thought is, what was that? Or, here I am again. Who believes that thought? Another thought. Both thoughts are the thoughts of the ground. No, I'm just here. You're hanging on to the idea that you had an experience which would indicate that it wasn't quite empty. There was some trace element. The trace element is the residual sense, I exist. Yeah? So when we do the 3 hours, we're releasing as much as possible, but of course we do have traces. So there's background shimmering connectivity which weaves itself into new patterns, which is why we tend not to do the practice for a long period of time, because we don't want to allow these tendrils to weave themselves into a cocoon that we're then struggling to free ourselves from. That wouldn't be helpful. We just go with the freshness, maybe get up if you're practicing on your own, wash your face, then sit down, do it again, get up, do it again, look out the window, 3 deep breaths, go back and do it again, because you want the freshness, just this. We have this unnecessary added ingredient, which is, I am the experiencer of the experience. The experience is non-dual, but the narrative about it, or the consciousness of it, is dualistic. So that's the danger. If we don't dissolve consciousness into its own ground, it becomes the stealer, the appropriator. So that's why we have to keep doing it, because we want to allow the freshness, the nakedness, the openness to be there without these smears of assumption. And the most basic of these is, I exist, I'm here, this is happening to me. When you're sitting in the practice and that thought arises, which is like a condensation, don't do anything, keep the light on, stay with it, and this definite feeling in yourself, here I am, fuck it, I'm not doing anything, I never managed to get this, just like this. Don't shake with that, just stay with it, and it goes. There you see the Mara. This is you, this is you, this is you. It's gone. If you merge into it, it carries you away. It's like the bus. If you sit, it goes. And we have to learn not to follow the invitation to merge with the arising experience. Experience arises with 2 flavors. One is subject, one is object. Both arise together. Subject and object arise from the energy of the ground when the ground is not seen. Neither is fixed, neither is real, but both are dynamic and operative. So this is what we experience in our life, the ever-changing interweaving of these patterns. So there's no point to struggle not to get carried away. We have to relax out of it. Different people will find different ways to do that. Some people can smoke 20 cigarettes a day for 5 years, and then one day they just think, don't want to, stop. cigarette packets on the table, and you just look at it, oh. Other people struggle and struggle and struggle to stop. A little bit of that is the chemical aspect of addiction, but mainly it's because they have an identification. I am a smoker, which is the core one. I need a cigarette. So that when the thought, I need a cigarette, arises, they believe the thought and they light another cigarette. But if you see the thought arising, I need a cigarette, that's a false thought. No, I don't. I don't smoke. I don't smoke is more universal. It's a bigger thing. I need a cigarette. I don't smoke. I don't smoke. I used to. Don't smoke. So it's almost like that. Mind's big. The thought arises. The thought is small. Awareness is big. So like a cloud, it dissolves in the sky. But when our life energy merges into the thought, it becomes vibratory, it becomes intense, it seems to be a messenger of truth. So I would suggest that's the key thing to be aware of. It is my own belief in my own limitation which continues the story. But of course, we don't experience our identification as a limitation because I'm just me. It feels like an affirmation. I'm me. I'm sitting here doing the practice. Well, yeah, Buddhist. Been a Buddhist a few years now. Yeah, sitting here doing this. I'm not limited. I'm just doing my practice. But because the starting point is still this identification as I am the doer of the deed, I'm providing my own limit, my own non-openness. So when we start to realize, oh, if the ground is the ground of everything, what is the status or what is the truth value of this thought? I'm doing it. I am meditating. I am meditating is an experience arising from the ground. And we're very lucky to have such thoughts. Could be different. Could be, I'm going in the forest to hunt Bambi. Some bugger will be doing it. We've got all these watchtowers around. Many different thoughts arise for people. For whatever reason, karmic and otherwise, we are the strange people who have these thoughts. I'm going to meditate. Now, you could experience that thought arising as an invitation from the Buddhas. Welcome, brother. We've been waiting. Or it can feel like something coming from you. I'm going to do this. Will to power, decisive. With the invitational, it's more open. With the will to power, it's more condensed in yourself. No? It's not. Of course, if we don't sit, we're not going to do the practice. So somehow there is a kind of subtle agency of whether you sit or you get up or you read a book or whatever you do. It's to see that this is the spontaneous movement of the mind. It feels like me, I can tell a me-centered story about it, but if I don't tell that story, I start to see it is effortlessly arising. It's sahaj, it's intuitive, spontaneous, does it by itself, self-arising. So I think we just have to, if we're curious, if we're interested, we just stay with that and see how we solidify our own field of experience. What do we bring into it? And then just release it a wee bit. Any other thoughts or questions? Yeah.
Danke. Es würde länger dauern, bis ich das vormache.
Ich bewege mich gerne mal ein bisschen.
Quite recently you said something like, I'm not sure about the wording, but something like if you go into the duality of subject and object, then you lose your ground. that sounds a bit strange somehow, because how can you lose the ground? It's another thought, or it's another formation in this, if I understand right. So it's not an absolute losing.
Yes, it's not an absolute losing.
It's just the experience of being lost within the entrenchment within this duality of subject and object.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's just, it's very often that we find people playing together, maybe on a beach, knocking a volleyball around, or children playing in a park. There's a kind of hyper mood, and they make more and more noise, and they take up more and more space. And at a certain point, somebody has to say, "Hey, can you move away? You're just sitting quietly here." They were not intending to invade other people. They were just so caught up in the game, they'd forgotten where they were. They were lost in the game. And it's like that. You get lost in the movement of the duality, which is within the ever open space. You're in the public park, you're on the beach. But you've disconnected from that. Now, if you stay connected with the ground, I'm on the beach with people, hey, let's go, should move along, because you see that there are other people. The ground is intrinsically ethical because it's all inclusive. Absorption and intoxication is structurally highly likely to become unethical because it becomes oblivious to people in the context.
That's
Yeah.
another question.
Of course.
This goes back a little bit before that. You have had this long list of traditional examples of how things appear and are not, like mirage. Or somehow it feels like for instance, using the example of the mirror and the reflections, there must be a third ingredient. Because if you want to have a reflection, you need something to be reflected. So it seems like we never speak about this third. It's just the reflections and the capacity of the mirror to reflect. But what is it actually that is reflected? Somehow, I mean, of course I use the word, but something or some kind of structurally.
Yeah, no, that's a very good point. It's a very good point. I was trying to address that this morning by pointing to the idea that all we have access to is experience. So, say for example, there's a car outside and we all go out and we touch it in various ways. We could be like the 6 blind men and the elephant and have different ideas as to what it was. But if we've got our eyes open and we're touching it, we go, look at this is a motor car, we've seen cars before, this is a car. Are we touching a car? What we're touching is our concept that what I'm touching is a car. So the car in itself, the ding and six, that we don't get. That's the one in front of the mirror. What we get is the mirror and the reflection. So in the Prasangika, in one of the schools, they would say it's only emptiness, only emptiness. In others, who would say more like what we get is experience, which is more Dzogchen and Mahamudra. But we certainly don't access things as they are. We access things as they are for us. Because you never get to the thing itself. Now, you get different explanations as to why this is. Because things don't exist at all, which would be the extreme form of Prasangika Madhyamika, non-duality, there is nothing to get. But emptiness shows different forms. All we can say is, I'm not going to say anything about this. All I can speak about is what I experience, and it can be very elaborated, full of emotions, or it can be less elaborated, or it can be as close to the raw, simple experience as possible. And other than that, I don't know. And even Nagarjuna is famous for having a completely non-propositional position. He said, tell me what you think it is, and then he would say, no, it's not this, it's not this, it's not this, it's not this. People would say, well, what do you think it is? I don't think it is. Non-propositional. Now, you might think that's a cop-out, but as soon as you make a proposition, you're experiencing whatever it is through the medium of your proposition, which is a conceptual elaboration. You never get to the naked except by being naked, and if your mind is completely naked, nothing to take away. For example, when I told you earlier, last evening I was looking at the light coming through these leaves as they move gently in the wind. What I told you is a lie. I can't say what I saw. I can't. There's no way to in any way bring you into that feeling tone. So what I told you is a sort of simulacrum, sort of doppelganger. It's a kind of, Frankenstein's monster. It's a construct, but it's not what was. And what wasn't kind of just that I think is about as near as we get.
I'm ganz nach oben.
I'm just thinking right now about, like, if we hear a car is coming and it's going. If I have a thought, it's coming and it's going. But what about people, for example, that suffer from Parkinson? Is that English?
Mm-hmm.
From Parkinson or sicknesses where you can't say it will go. They will die one day because of that, but it won't go. So where is the impermanence in chronic diseases?
Where is it? I mean, it will be in the movement of the nerve endings. Sensation is changing. The nervous system is a communication system. It's not a train comes into the station and parks itself. Oh, you got platform 3, that train's been there for 3 years. Our experience isn't like that. It will be unfolding. They may not be able to articulate it. You may not know what it is from the outside, but something's going on.
But if I tell someone, like, if I speak, a friend, she's listened to your talks, and afterwards she told me she's got Parkinson, and afterwards she told me, yeah, okay, that's very nice to think about everything is passing, but my Parkinson isn't passing, so what should I do? I was sitting there, okay, I have no answer for that one. It's not
Parkinson that's a diagnosis.
Yeah.
That's a diagnosis. Everything's passing, but I've been James for 73 years.
Yeah, but if she can't move in the morning because all the bones, all the
That's a flow of experiences.
Oh, thank you.
And each morning is highly likely to be slightly different. There's a difference between a diagnosis, which is a labeling, which is like a name, and the upfolding or the revelation of sensation.
If I understand it right, it means that if I have Parkinson, I watch what's different from yesterday.
Whether you're able to do that or not, I don't know. You might be in a limited situation. That, unfortunately, is not a good condition for practicing Dharma. There are many conditions under which the practice of Dharma is very, very difficult. That's why when it talks of the 18 factors of a precious human life, it's saying having all 5 sense organs functioning, having no major traumatic experiences, having no major mental illnesses and so on. Because once the balance of the 5 elements in the body is disturbed, the clarity is difficult to maintain. It's like if you've been in retreat and maybe you get a bit of fever and you're trying to do the practice in the fever. It's not the same as when you don't have fever. This is an organismic impediment to the practice. So unfortunately, there are many physical conditions which induce, spasms, pain, intense migraines and so on, which make practice difficult. From a Dharma point of view, to say, well, that's the arising of karma from a previous life. But it is hard, and it's hard to be with someone. There's not much comfort you can give. And of course, from the traditional point of view, they would say, the Dharma you don't do today, you won't do tomorrow. Because tomorrow you've got tomorrow's Dharma. So when we look back on our own lives and we think how many opportunities we had to study and to do practice, and we didn't utilize that, as we move into the future, which is unknown, where all kinds of things can happen, car crashes, effects of war, and so on, the situation within which we could practice Dharma can easily vanish for us. So, there's a bit of scariness in this view of life, because as soon as you have an intention, even if it's just an intention to be right here, if you haven't quite arrived here, you need certain supportive factors to be operating. And we can't guarantee that they'll be there. And so whenever we get a chance, we should do the practice. Yeah.
When you spoke about love,
Could you speak up a wee bit?
when you spoke about love, it sounded to me, or maybe it is like this, that when I love another person, it's all made up in my mind. In a way, this sounds to me a little bit negative. Is there a more positive approach to love, or to love another person? I mean, I love you sounds to me quite dualistic.
So what would you suggest? What would you prefer to hear from the beloved?
I'm not quite sure. Something nice.
Romantic.
Well, I mean, love is such a contested term. It's got so many permutations and variations. It might mean I want you, and I want you for my purposes. In which case, it's not really a praise of the other person. What do we want to say? I value you. I find you interesting. I want to spend time with you. Why? Because I'm lonely and sad. Or we could turn that around and say, I'm lonely and sad. Would you like to spend time with me? Probably not so effective. I think what works for how two people come together is very unpredictable. But as we know, feelings, because we get caught in them, they seem to be the whole truth as long as we're immersed in them. They're an immersive experience, like in the outer example, playing volleyball on the beach and getting excited and keep banging the ball over to hit other people who are trying to sunbathe. So if you're immersed in something, it feels real and true for you, but it may not be environmentally valid for the other person, and valid for your long-term interest. So, I will always love you, probably a lie, It means I may be able to sustain some kind of loving over the years, but there will be fluctuations, and I'm likely to hate you some of the time. And I hope you don't mind being hated, because love and hate are born together. I've read it in the book.
Here's the contract. Not messed up.
Clearly, I should not be running a dating agency.
Maybe Tinder.
Would you like to say more about your question, really? What it is that's getting to you in it?
I think probably it's the idea that love between two people, two persons, your partner, is in a way made up in the mind of each person. And so it's more centric to itself and not a bond between the two persons.
Where would
I'm not quite sure whether I...
Okay, where would it need to come from in your embodiment to be a bond between two people, if it's not to come from maybe the thoughts and the feelings? So you might think of the chakras, for example. So some people bond immediately through their genital chakra, and so they begin with lust, and that may move into love. Some people begin with liking and interest, and that may develop into an erotic vein, or it may not. So there's different ways in which you could have connectivity.
Maybe karma.
It could be karma.
So we are together because of our good karma. Is a romantic maybe answer.
Yeah. But of course, good karma burns for a while. I think it's now I'm safe. Now I'm safe. I mean, there does seem to be a regressive edge to romantic love. That it's in some ways a revisiting of the kind of relation you had with your parents, where they make you safe and they give you what you want and they take your pains and troubles away. And in an adult relationship, especially a modern adult relationship where people have exhausting, busy lives, it probably doesn't function in that way so much. From the Dharma point of view, the basic thing would be kindness. If two people can be kind to each other and they are energetically harmonious, that's probably as good as it gets. Tibetans don't have a very elaborated marriage ceremony. They would, in terms of Dharma, they see it more as contracts between families, often as it would be in the Middle Ages in Europe. It would be land exchange, inheritance rights, and so on, the dowry. I've only ever been in one Buddhist marriage, which was in Shantiniketan in the house of Siya Lama, between a German woman and a Tibetan boy, Tibetan man, young Tibetan man. They were both young. And it involved some prayers to Padmasambhava, asking, for blessings, and then you have the arrow with 5 colors for long life and for balancing the elements. And basically it was to try to attract and ripen the auspicious factors that could help them to be together. But it wasn't a kind of vow in front of Almighty God, we promise that we will always do this, that and the other. You do your best. Now that may not sound very romantic. I think you probably know that one of the main lineages for romantic love came into Europe through the south of France from Occitan, when the Crusaders were coming back from the Middle East. The musicians who had been with them, the troubadours, brought back these songs, which were Sufi songs sung to God. And God, in many of the Sufi traditions, is seen as the beloved. So they had taken these beautiful words, you are the beloved, you are the moon across the night of my soul, da da da, very, very lovely. And they started to sing these, and they sang them to the unavailable woman, because in the Sufi tradition, the beloved is God, who is always covered with a veil, and you never quite get through. So the initial transposition was, I'm in love with the unavailable woman. And the unavailable woman would be the wife of the lord of the manor, because you don't want to try and sleep with her, you get your head cut off. So she's structurally unavailable, which allows the heart to say all these wonderful things, because there's this socioeconomic gap. And then gradually through time, these words started to move out into more equal interactions. So in a sense, it puts the human being as the object of the love that you could have for the divine. So it's highly idealizing and probably misleading. I'm not saying anything to make you happy, am
Wondering. I'm not so romantic as it sounds now.
Your wife?
Okay, we've got time maybe for another question before the break.
It's about marriage. When you pay a yogi, he shares the marriage with you. Would you sign that?
Sorry, I can't quite hear you. Could you speak up a bit?
Es ist ein bisschen näher an.
About marriage.
Okay.
When you pay for a yogi, he's sharing his marriage with you. Is that a sentence you would sign? You would say.
I'm sorry, I can't quite make sense of it. I'm paying a yogi to marry me. Okay, right, Derek, yes.
I turn you loud now.
Das sind die besten Eigenschaften für dich.
Yeah.
Again?
Okay. Again, please.
When you pay a yogi, so that his marriage is being shared with me, or you, whatever, is that an idea you would sign? You would say yes? Or, I mean, could you elaborate about the idea of marriage and sharing of marriage? Marriage?
When you do a virtuous act, the virtue it's ethereal. It's kind of nebulous. You can't weigh it. If you are an agricultural worker and you're collecting soft fruit, you might be paid by the basket or paid by the hour. So the activity has an outcome that's in your hand. But if you do virtuous activity, there is an outcome operating on another level, and that's what we call merit. And the idea would be that you could accumulate it. The event was impermanent, but the trace is said to be something that can be gathered. So in a sense, it's a way of thinking about positive karma. Having gathered it, you can then dedicate it for the benefit of others. Generally speaking, you dedicate it for the benefit of all. If somebody was to say, I will dedicate the benefit of my merit just for you, that would not be a Mahayana act. That would be because you're a family member and you're sick and I don't want you to die. There would be some self-interest probably behind it. So that wouldn't be so useful. But if somebody is doing merit and wanting to share it with all beings, and you sponsored them to do that, and you became a recipient of some of it, that would be good. I remember with the previous Karmapa going to his monastery in Sikkim, and he came out, they'd set up his throne in the garden, and he came out to do the black hat ceremony. And in the front row were all the sponsors, these big Tibetans with their big tubas that they had still then. They were sitting there, and their wives with their earrings and everything. And they were sitting there to get the merit first. And also, years before that, I'd been in Bodh Gaya, and the Dalai Lama was giving the Kala Chakra initiation. And at the end of it, he sat on a throne, and people went up to get touched on the head to get the blessing of the initiation. And there was a huge scramble, really rough people pushing, because the idea is that through giving the initiation, through the blessing, through the Dalai Lama's identification as Kala Chakra, he had accumulated all this spiritual power, and each time he blessed someone, it went down a little bit. And so if you were at the front of the queue, you got the whole whack. And then it's gone. So it's quite a commodification approach to thinking about merit, and it becomes transactional. So the traditional saying is, food goes from the workers to the monastery, blessing comes from the monastery to the workers. So you have an exchange mechanism of spiritual benefits in relation to material benefits. It's a transactional economy, as medieval Christians had. Okay, let's have a break. Okay, so we continue with the text a bit. So he's just been saying that since nothing can be found, then one sees that there is nothing to be seen and no seer to see that nothing. So then the next section, A3, is called Not Straying from This. And he says, just as a crow flying away from a ship circles in all directions and returns again to it, the desiring mind may chase after thoughts, yet returns to the authentic original mind itself. So the crow is sent out to look for land so that they can have a sense of what direction it goes in. But the crow goes round and round and comes back to the ship. We're far from land. We're in the ocean of non-duality. And the bird comes back to where it was, on the ship. So when thoughts arise in the mind, and you go after the thoughts, and you seem to be going somewhere, where do you actually find yourself? Back where you started from. Every journey is within the infinite circle of here and now. There is nowhere else to go. It feels as if there's somewhere else to go. We're sure we have been other places. So, to me, it would seem completely honest and clear to say, I came here from London. I was in London, I came here. That seems to be true. That is a thought. Where is that thought? It is here and now. Every thought is here. There is no other place for something to emerge but here and now. So, London is here and now. Whatever London is, London for me is here and now. Someone else might say, no, London is there, far away. If that is their experience, that is their experience. London is not a fact. It is not an objective situation. It is a huge, huge domain of potential which will be interpreted and expressed according to circumstances. So you can explore for yourself that whenever you're talking about there and then, does that thought take you there? So if you tell someone about some event from your childhood, and it feels as if you are revisiting that event, are you actually going there? Can you traverse time? If you tell someone about the place where you grew up, and it feels very real for you, and you have emotion, and it seems completely concrete and undeniable, where is that? It's here and now. So this again is one of these things you absolutely don't want to believe me. Believing will just make you stupid. You have to look at it for yourself. He's saying, Saraha, the great, great yogi, this is what he sees. Try to look through his eyes and see that. When he sees this truth, what is he not doing? He's not relying on the thought as the messenger of truth. He's seeing the thought is an aspect of experience. So that's part of the non-duality. If you think, I am thinking about this, so I'm going to think about the place in Scotland where I grew up. As this arises for me, it's something I experience. No matter how much I tell you about it, you won't experience what I experience. You will have your experience of me telling you what I experience. Both are ungraspable. So instead of grasping at the seeming solidity of the truth of our lives, we see the dynamic motion that in each and every moment our life is emerging fully formed like this. It's just this. The bird tries to leave the boat and it finds itself back on the boat because there is no nurturance outside. In the vast ocean, if you like, the ocean of emptiness, the bird's got nothing to eat, flies back to the boat. The mind seems to go after a thought. The thought seems to be going somewhere. But when you follow the line of the thought, what happens to the thought? Vanishes. It vanishes. There's nothing to get. And the more you directly see each and every thought, which seems to catch me as if I had a hook through my nose and was dragging me out to something else, like I need to get a cigarette, or I don't want to be here, it's cold, or I want to find someone to love, or whatever it would be, the thought is always here and now. Always here and now. And if you see this one point, then you free yourself from the delusion that your thoughts are referential, that they are referring to someone. So, if I tell you about growing up in Scotland, it is as if there is a referent, something referred to, which is there in Scotland. Now, I cannot go to where I remember when I describe it. So sure as hell, you can't go there either. It's not referring to anything. What it's doing is generating an image or the potential of an imagining in this moment. Does that make sense? There is no Scotland. Scotland's abstract. It's an abstract noun. It's like the diagnosis. Someone's got Alzheimer's or Parkinson I grew up in Scotland. It's just a diagnosis. You don't live a diagnosis. You get given a diagnosis, which is an abstraction, which is useful for thinking of treatment plans, medication, and so on. I grew up in Scotland. That's useful for getting a passport. But it's not describing anything visitable. It's not there, but we all agree to pretend it's there, because if I grew up in Scotland, then you grew up in Germany or Italy, and we all agree we grew up somewhere else. So we know what we are. We're swapping delusion, which is both lovely and confirming to our deluded sense of self, and totally toxic and misleading, because that belief in the delusion stops us seeing what can't be seen. The temptation of the delusion is that it gives you the false sense that you can see what's being described. We could all go to Scotland, and I could show you where I grew up, but it's not where I grew up. It's where I grew up a long time ago, and that is unvisitable. So if you see it is a delusion and you waken up from the delusion, as we speak, we are generating or creating, or we're part of the emergence of the pattern that's just this for us, just now, and then it's gone. Nothing is referred to. So going back to the question about the mirror, the reflection, but that's a reflection of something. Where is that something? You never find it. You find the reflection. You always just find the reflection, the mirror and the reflection. The actual reveals itself as reflection. The actual doesn't reveal itself as substance. There is no substance to get. And yet, the insubstantial shows itself repeatedly as reflections. This is difficult. It's difficult to see this. And the best thing is always read the passage, try to recall something of what I've been saying, and apply it to your own life. If you've gone back to the place where you grew up, was it the same place? Could you actually go back? When you went to the place, there were two places you visited. There's what your senses saw and what you remembered. Oh, it's changed. That's a surprise. And it's not that it has changed. There isn't an it. And there we see again and again that we keep wanting there to be something concrete. That town has changed. But that town was never a true existent, because you lived in a house, in a street, and you went to school along that road and then that road. And every time you went along that road, there were different things on that road. Sometimes there were people playing football, sometimes there were a lot of cars, sometimes there were no cars, sometimes a dog had pooped on the pavement. There was always something different, because that's how life is. Whether it was raining or dry, it's a different street, because the name is the same, but the phenomena are different. The actual, the concrete, is phenomenological. Phenomena are ungraspable and concrete in their absolute unique specificity in the moment. The abstraction, oh, I went down the same street, God, I remember it so well. You don't remember this street. What your memories are a stream of images and thoughts and feelings about something. They're composite images. There's something which never was actual. It was interpreted. When you were most fully in touch with the actual as a child, and you went down the slide in the park, and you ran up the stairs, and you went down it again, and you ran up the stairs, you went down it again. And your mum says, "How was that?" "Oh, okay." "You seem to enjoy it." "Okay." How could the child tell you what it was like? It wasn't like anything. It was that. That's why the child enjoys going down a slide much more than you do, because they could give themselves, woo! Open. How was it? You forced the child to change gear in order to enter into the domain of language and give an account of something as if that would be a true replication of the event itself. And the more we do that, the more children learn to thicken their experience and get prepared to give a version of it. I remember when we came back from the summer holidays, we'd sit down in the class, now we're going to write an essay on what was really good on my summer holiday. Amazing. So we're encouraged to believe that the representation is even better than the thing itself, because the thing itself is ungraspable, but the representation somehow appears to be more graspable. Why? Because it's established not in the unique specificity of this moment of my sense organs, but because it's mediated through the shared medium of language. I make a list of concepts and form them into my little essay about my summer holiday. And people reading that are able to construe some patterning for themselves about what it might have been like. Neither is actual. So the child is being trained to see you get more little gold stars for abstraction than you do with looking out the window. In my school, you'd be sitting in the classroom, a bit bored, you look out the window, and suddenly a piece of chalk hurls through the air, hits you on the head. "James, what are you doing?" "Looking out the window." "Why are you not paying attention?" "No, you can't see it because you're really boring and there's a bird flying in the Pay attention to me telling you about how the Roman cities were organized. Why would I do that? Why would any child want to know that? The sewage system of Rome. Remember that we got told all these things. Yeah, you can still go there. You can go down into the sewers. Wow. Okay. I want to ask the teacher, have you been to the toilet in the boys' playground recently? You wouldn't want to go there. So this is important to understand how we have been inducted into a particular tilt towards believing abstraction. And then you start to read books yourself. And you start to, first it's, Asterix or something like that. And you've got the pictures, and then Tintin, and then you're into a story, and then you're watching movies. And it's all artifice. It's all invented and abstract. And you're expected to take the abstract as if it was real. So nobody's encouraging you just to observe in a relaxed, open way so that you receive without being able to say what you've received. Nobody would think that was an intelligent thing to do. You learn to enter the world of abstraction, to apply abstractions when you sit your exams and regurgitate all these so-called facts. And that gives you a way of operating into the world. Interesting. I think I mentioned to some of you in the past when I started to do different kinds of trainings in psychotherapist, I remember going to a Gestalt therapy weekend and started on the Saturday morning, and then we went out for lunch. Well, not many people, there were only probably about 8 of us. And I was walking down to the little cafe we were going to, and I said to the therapist, what qualifications do you have? Yeah. And he said, were you there this morning? I said, yes. He said, well, what do you think? What do you mean, what do I think? He said, well, am I qualified? I said, I don't know. Where did you train? He said, you were there this morning. And it was so difficult for him to get me to try to turn my mind towards my lived experience, because I wanted to mediate it through bits of paper, because that's what I was used to. It's very, very interesting, that kind of experience, because he was showing whatever he knew. It was just directly there. It wasn't hidden, it wasn't pre-prepared, it was fresh, he was cooking, here we are. What is that? And we have lost touch with being able to trust the immediacy of our own senses. And we prefer something with a seal on it. But it's not the Mahamudra seal. It's the conceptual seal. So you can investigate that for yourself. The need to give an account of yourself. So many professions now have to spend a lot of time writing up case reports, law reports, teachers' reports on the progress of the class. The paperwork gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Oh, it's in the computer now. The database gets bigger and bigger and bigger. The professional is exhausted, and so the next morning they go in to start their work. It's all swirling of so many tasks you have to do. And actually all that's required, you go into the class and you teach the people, or you see your patients, and it's very fresh and straightforward. But if you don't leave a paper trail or a data trail, you can't prove that you did the work. And you get paid for proving that you did the work, even if it's a shit outcome, but at least we know you did it. This increasing force of abstraction, this is precisely what he's saying we should be very careful of, and try to, if possible, find ways to relate to people in a very direct way. Congratulations. So, the mind goes off on its journeys, but realizing, if we can, that there's nothing to catch, we stop misleading ourselves, and so we return to the authentic original mind itself. So then he says, not affected by conditions, finished with hopes, the hiding place of fears is destroyed. This is the Vajra mind, the indestructible mind. Now, if I was to take this metal statue and crash it on my watch, I would condition the functioning of the watch. If I bash it on the air moves a little bit. But if we imagine that this was just an open space, there would be no trace on the space. You can't condition the unconditioned. It doesn't have any self-substance to be conditioned. It is the space within which movement occurs. You're free of conditioning. Somebody says to you, I don't like you. Oh, okay. That's not how it is most of the time. We feel, why not? Oh God, what did I do wrong? We start to feel we have been evaluated as we are. But if you relax in the unconditioned, someone says, you're a little shit. Oh. Allez, these things happen. We don't need to contest it or fight it. You want to think I'm a shit? Think I'm a shit. It's a thought. It's a thought. I'm telling you, you are. Well, loud thought. What is it? It doesn't touch you because you are space. If you're in an ego that wants to be loved, wants to be appreciated, if you have constructed your sense of self and somebody tells you, you're a badly constructed self, then you don't feel so good because you're identified as an object which can be evaluated. So that's what he's saying. The Vajra mind, it's not a construct. It is the presence of awareness which is open and ungraspable, and therefore no judgment or comment can land on it. And that's why he's saying that's freedom. It's freedom. It's not freedom to be an arsehole and do whatever you like and you say, I don't care. It's not like that, because that would already be being somebody with an attitude, that you would already be an entity, if you like. This is just open. People say things, do things. That's what they say and do. They are showing themselves. When somebody gives you a comment like saying, you don't behave very well, you know. If you take that as an X-ray of yourself, you will feel upset. If you recognize, oh, that's an X-ray of them. They've got it the wrong way around. That's them. They're full of judgment. Aha, okay. Thank you for showing me your limitation. Enjoy. And that's actually what any judgment is. It is an expression of that person's take on the situation. This is how they take it, how they apprehend it, how they shape it, how they mold it. It's not the truth of you, because if you're in this open awareness, you're not a substantial being. As we know, we're changing moment by moment. We always have form and shape and color, but we don't have substance. That's why our form and shape and color move very easily. So, now he moves on to section B, meditation, which has two aspects. The first is the non-meditation of Mahamudra. Mind itself cuts the root and is like space. The root is the root of the ego self. The root of the ego self is the apprehension, I exist. So it's a formulation arising which is believed in. Mind itself is just awareness. So the thought arises just as we experience when we sit in the meditation. When we're relaxed and open, a thought arises and it passes. It doesn't take root in ourselves. But when you believe something is true about you, it is as if that thought was growing out of some terrain in yourself, which is the false ground of the ego self. So the deep root is inseparable from the false ground. I exist. I am like this. This is how I grow, how I blossom. These are my qualities. The ground that supports the development of the elaborated ego self is simply the sense, I exist. This is. Moving into. Now that provides a basis that can be commented on in various ways. So, what you experience is when you relax into your mind, thoughts come and go. They cannot plant any seed unless you get involved. So, hopefully you've all had some experiences when the mind was more open, and some experiences when the mind was more closed and trapped. And you go into reactivity and you start buzzing around, and other times it's just kind of going through. Okay, so when it's free flow, it's not embedding, it doesn't grow. But when it seems to land and put down little shoots and get some purchase, some grasping onto the terrain, which is now evolving, me, not you, this is me, now this is growing, it's me, then you start to have these qualities of your personality. And then if somebody says, I don't like you, because you've taken up this position, I know me, therefore I am knowable, therefore you can know me, and you say you don't like me. So now I've got a problem, because I believe that I can know myself and you can know me. What do I do with your comment about me? You see that with children so easily, how they collapse into shame if you name them in the wrong way, if you make a comment on them, because they're in their free, expressive, interconnected subjectivity, and you pin them down, and it's so horrifying as a child, because you don't know where to go, you don't know how to hide, you collapse into yourself, you can't think. Sometimes children blank out, because I have been reduced to an object. My subjectivity has been denied because somebody has summed me up. It's as if they found the essence of me. So that's a big wound for many, many people. And the great medicine to get free of that is to see that the mind is not a substance. That when somebody writes with their nasty finger right on your heart, you're not very nice, I wish you hadn't been born, you spoiled this family. Many children hear this kind of thing. It's written with a sharp pen right on the heart. And then we remember, Pato Rinpoche says, with the mind itself, whatever is arising, it's like writing on water, like putting your finger into the bathtub and just writing on the surface. It's dissolving, dissolving. But when you're a kid and you're coming into formation, it's written in blood on the heart. It's very different. So that wound, that sense, fearful sense, I am catchable, I can be nailed down, I can be defined. That's the great healing of Mahamudra, is to say, whoa, the one who was named and shamed is not who you really are. That was an illusory formation, an orphan self which was cut adrift from its own ground. When you awaken to your true ground, you are uncatchable. And that's the deep healing. Being free of meditation, there is no activity for mentation. So being free of meditation means there is nothing to meditate on. The mind itself is pure from the beginning. It doesn't need cleaning. It doesn't need anything added. It doesn't need anything developed. So by meditation here, he's not referring to what we would do with the Guru Yoga of the White R. He's referring to doing things like nundro or purification practices, or the accumulation of merit, or lots and lots of mantra practice, visualizing a mandala, in which you're trying to improve yourself. There is no self, therefore there is no self to be improved, therefore that kind of meditation is not necessary. And because of that, there is no activity for mentation. Mentation means mental effort, mental activity. There's nothing to think about. Thoughts arise and they vanish. Why would you think about a thought? It is itself. So it's just like that. When you're playing as a child and someone says, "Oh, you're quite good at football." What's that? I'm just kicking a ball about. Oh no, I think you're quite good at football. Have you ever thought playing football? That's a violence towards the child. They're just kicking a ball. It's very innocent. They're not trying to score goals. They're not trying to outwit someone else with their little moves. You're just kicking a ball about. Oh, you're quite good at football. I mean, I can hook you and bring you into the world of ambition and success. Well, and failure, but and success. Then you get on the treadmill. Oh, I'm off to football practice tonight, Mum. You did it last night. Have you done your homework? Oh, football's very important. I could be a footballer. Do you know how many kids actually end up playing professional football? It's like 1 in 1,000. Oh, but the man said he was very good. Lots of people are misled in that way. Because what's happened is that the idea of a possible identity, something that would give them a place in the world, is now something to invest more and more energy in. Did you really want to be a footballer? Could have been something else. So probably if you track back in your life and you think about how you came into the way you earn your money, due to causes and conditions, at a certain point doors opened. Now, we all have to do something. We all have to eat, so we need money. So whatever you do is appearance and emptiness, activity and emptiness. If you've got the emptiness bit, it doesn't matter too much. But if you don't have the emptiness, if you've only got the appearance, if you've only got the construction, you can get hurt very easily because it doesn't always work out at what you've chosen. So, when we see the mind doesn't need improving, maybe my football skills need improving, my mind is not improved by improved football skills, the basis of me here is my mind itself, then it's okay. But if you don't know the mind itself, you've just got your ego sense, then playing the football takes on a whole different game. So mental activity is then being formulated to maintain the sense of self that you're developing. We probably all experienced that in various ways, that you tried hard to put yourself into a prison. Try hard to get a job. You go for an interview. But it's not for you. And many employers will take in people and burn them out and then spit them up. In my life, I have met quite a few older women who had a profound impact on my life. And one was a group of 3 women. I went for a job interview. I just finished qualifying as an art therapist. And I applied for a job in a day centre for people with disabilities. These 3 women were all Afro-Caribbean ladies of large size. And I launched into my spiel about, I can do this, I can do that, I can do that. And it was at James, I don't think you're going to wipe someone's bottom. End of the interview. I was not thinking about wiping people's bottoms. I was thinking about doing what I wanted to do. Job description, physical care. That's what it means. You take someone to the toilet, they poo, you wipe them up. She could see in an instant I was in the wrong place. That was very kind. It avoided me the humiliation of having to back out. So that is so nice. We don't always meet people like that because very often we're in our fantasy of what we need and they're in their fantasy that they need someone, and then you can get into trouble. So, ordinary mind, in its authentic intrinsic mode, is unadulterated by contrived objectification. So ordinary mind means your mind as it is now, however it is. In its authentic intrinsic mode. That is to say, if you don't artificially condition or change how your mind is, it itself is your original mind. So, say for example, you're socially anxious, and that aspect of your ordinary mind leads you to avoid certain situations. You don't have to stop being socially anxious, because the social anxiety is a patterning of the energy of your original mind. It's a patterning of the energy of the Dharmakaya. Now you might think, well, the Dharmakaya is the mind of the Buddha. Why would the mind of the Buddha give rise to anxiety? Why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't it? What's wrong with anxiety? Well, it's not very nice. You think so. This is you. Where does anxiety come from? Emptiness. Where does depression come from? Emptiness. Where does anger come from? Jealousy, pride, so all forms of emptiness. If, as he says, ordinary mind in its authentic intrinsic mode, that is to say, if how you are is inseparable from the openness of the mind, that I'm just being me, emerging moment by moment from this unborn emptiness, it's fine however it is. Everything is pure and perfect from the very beginning. Perfect as what? Perfectly itself. A rotten peach is a perfect example of a rotten peach. It's not a perfect peach. It's a perfectly rotten peach. If you are very lazy, you are probably very good at being lazy. You're a perfect example of laziness. Should you not be lazy? What else would you be? I'm the lazy one. I'm the sad one. I'm the one that's got no friends. Here you are. But shouldn't I be better? Better than what? You are sad. Now, let's open up the prospectus. Well, sir, we have a fine range of personality styles. This one comes in the gold standard, or if you don't have so many resources, we do a copper version. It's not very expensive. Which would you choose? How do you do that? It's not like choosing a bathroom. You look in the catalogue and you think, oh, that's a nice thing. Wow, that's a lot of money. You can't compare yourself with an idea of yourself. I mean, you can, it's a good way to suffer. But the idea of yourself is not, it's not phenomenal, it's not in the world. So again, you're saying an abstraction is better than a pattern of phenomena. In English, they say a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. Two birds in the bush, that's an abstraction. It's a potential. You might never catch them. You've got one in your hand. That's pretty good. The one you've got in your hand is sad. At least I've got a sad bird. If you get the point of this, then the things you don't like about yourself, the things you'd like to change about yourself, these are judgments. Is it easier for you to judge yourself than to be yourself? Quite possibly. You judge the image of yourself, and we're used to that kind of object relations, the fabrication of an image or an idea of something. To actually be yourself, that's very difficult. Right, all be yourselves now. Be natural. Come on. Had enough.
One maybe.
We just are. But it doesn't seem to have currency in the world, because we'd be trained to be artificial, to manufacture ourselves and present ourselves. So what he's saying, however you are, without makeup, without improvement, that's fine. As long as it's not, well, fuck you, I don't care. As long as it's not a positioning of aggression or pressuring. If it's just whatever's arising, it's fine, because whatever's arising is within the Dharma Dhatu. It's artificiality which is the problem. So like with those who were around Sialama, they all know very well, Macha Tetra Lama Chikiku, the Dharmakaya Guru is unartificial and free of all relative positions. Is beyond comparing and contrasting. But when we think about ourselves and as a personality, we are absolutely comparing and contrasting, looking at other people, checking them out. How are they doing? How am I doing? We're a thing in a world of things. So he is saying this is something to be careful about. That this ordinary mind, when it's allowed to be the immediate emergence of the pure ground, is unadulterated by contrived objectification. It means no template has been applied in the manufacture of it. If you're making a building, you've got also kind of steel rods you use. They're standard issue and they're tested so that you can know when you purchase the steel rods what kind of tension they'll be able to bear. That's very useful to have things in the world of standard issue. We are not standard issue. There is no one else anywhere just like you. You are unreplaceable, non-replicatable. So you have your unique specificity. So if you're close to yourself, it's just this. It's just this. How could it be anything else? You weren't made in a factory. I'm just this. But when you generate from this living, immediate being in the world with others, when you abstract from that an image of yourself, and then you look at other people in terms of the image of them that you generate for yourself, and you compare and contrast the images, then you get into a hierarchical evaluation. That's the mentation, that's the unnecessary mental activity that he's saying you don't need to do. The naturally pure mind has no need of artifice. It's just fine as it is. It doesn't need any help from thought. Not holding, not releasing, leave the mind as it is. So as you're sitting in the practice, and generally in life, something arises, some situation. If it's pleasurable, what is there to hold? This is a moment of experience. Experience is in flow. You can't catch it. Nothing to release. It's going by itself. It's already going by itself. You can't catch it. You don't need to release it. It's self-arising, self-liberating. So however you are, if you're having good times or bad times, easy times, difficult times, just be with that. But I don't want it to be this way. What is the status of that voice? Who is the one who A, doesn't want it, and B, is able to change it? Now, if you can change it, it makes sense to be able to say, I don't want it. But for most of us, we can't change ourselves. So I'm stuck like this, and I don't like it. That's not going to promote health and happiness. How do you inhabit your existence as it is? Kids do well, kids get in a mess. Other people that you know, they've got marvelous kids, wonderful kids, and you've got your kids, and it's a pain. That's your life. What does it mean? It's like this. Once you start putting things on top of that, making it difficult to tell other people about it because you feel ashamed of how it is, you get more and more and more difficulty. It is what it is. That's it. But once you're wedded to a concept of how it should be, and you're sure that other people share your criteria of evaluation, then you want to pretend that your life is not the way it is. Then you have shame, then you have guilt, then you have pretense, then you have lying, and then you have the resignation of Boris Johnson. That's his situation. He got away with it for so long. He thought he'd always get away with it. But it's not like that. Sooner or later, the trail of lies and deceptions and backstabbing and being first, pushing other people away, it comes up. Why wouldn't it? Because it's so artificial. It's so thoughtful. It's a planned campaign for me to be the big one. It's not allowing an organic ripening which is connected with the environment. It's a vicious pushing forward, crushing other people, stitching other people up. And then you get your comeuppance. That's just how it goes. That's what he did to his predecessor. Leave the mind as it is. If the unawakened intellect has no cause for meditation, with awakening there is no object of meditation and no meditator. So he's saying that the intellect, the mental capacity for manipulating signs and symbols, mathematical, linguistic, and so on, the way you formulate your experience of life, if that has no cause for meditation, that is to say, there's no desire in most people to meditate, the functioning of dualistic consciousness is not called towards meditation, because it's called towards construction, the formulation of self-narrative, the interpretation of signs and symptoms. That is to say, meditation has nothing to do with the dualistic intellect. You can't, if you're embedded in that world, meditation is not going to speak to you at all. And if that's the case, with awakening, there is no object of meditation and no meditator. So similarly, when you awaken, there's nothing to meditate on and no person to do the meditation. So essentially he's saying, for the dummies, there's nothing of meditation, and for the bright ones, there's nothing of meditation. Because meditation is a higher order artificiality. Crude people do ordinary crude artificiality. If you awaken to your own ground, you don't need to do any kind of artificiality. There is no object of meditation. I'm going to meditate on my mind. That's Mahamudra. But what is it you're going to meditate on? My mind. Where is your mind? Here. Where is it here? It's here. Yeah, but how do you know it's here? I read it in a book.
James said so.
That's why I blame him. You can't meditate on your mind. If you open to your mind, you're just being here, in the openness of your mind. So by meditation, here he's meaning something like cultivation. So you have certain qualities or properties that you can develop through giving regular attention. That's the general meaning of Gompa, meditation. It means to take a potential and to ripen it through repeated attention. You say this is not required because from the very beginning the mind has been pure. Okay, there's probably only so much of this that you guys can take. So, then we just sit. Sit without intention. Let your body lead the way. You've got to sense your body's here. It's not running away. Body's here. Breath is here. Is the mind here? Are you here? To be present, allow yourself to be present with the emergence of sensation of the body coming through the senses, what you hear, what you taste, that there's a bit of a chill that comes in through the door, the rains come back. You're in touch with the field of experience, which includes your body. You are part of the entire field that's appearing now. So without keeping the mind on the inside and keeping the world on the outside, open hospitality to everything that's there. Mind has no beginning or end. It welcomes everything. So just allow that sense of there's space for everything. And then sit with that. Okay. So with that openness, we go out into the evening, through the senses, in touch with the various sensations and experiences that arise, relaxing away from the need to work out what's going on and just enjoying the freshness.
Mm-hmm.
And you doing your group in the morning?
Yep.
Super. Good. We will see what food is available.